Hello everyone. Today's video is about the book The War on Science. 39 renowned scientists and scholars speak out about current threats to free speech, open inquiry, and the scientific process. And let's start by reading a quote describing this book taken from the distributor's website. An unparalleled group of prominent scholars from wide-ranging disciplines detail ongoing efforts to impose ideological restrictions on science and scholarship throughout Western society. From assaults on merit-based hiring to the policing of language and replacing well-established disciplinary scholarship by ideological mantras, current science and scholarship is under threat throughout Western institutions. As this group of prominent scholars ranging across many different disciplines and political leanings detail, the very future of free inquiry and scientific progress is at risk. Many who have spoken up against this threat have lost their positions, and a climate of fear has arisen that strikes at the heart of modern education and research. Banding together to finally speak out, this brave and unprecedented group of scholars issues a clarion call for change. Topics include free speech, victimhood, ideology, corruption of academic disciplines, cancel culture, DEI, gender and race, and what we can do. I wouldn't be surprised if you found that list of topics a little confusing there. When you heard The War on Science, scientists speak out about current threats to free speech and the scientific process, you probably imagined something rather different than cancel culture and diversity programs, right? If you were asked to list some current threats to free speech and science in the US, you might say something like the Trump administration's massive staff reductions and funding cuts for US science programs, the Trump administration deleting decades of scientific research for no good reason, cancer experts being detained by ICE, students being arrested and jailed for writing articles in campus newspapers, or the Trump administration reviewing museum exhibits to ensure alignment with the president's directive to celebrate American exceptionalism. You might also mention that Donald Trump made Robert F. Kennedy Jr., an anti-vaccine conspiracy theorist, the United States Secretary of Health, and he's been halting vaccine research, shutting down the study of infectious diseases, and claiming that AI can approve new drugs for the Food and Drug Administration. These are obviously the current threats to science, right? So why, you might be wondering, am I talking about such an old, irrelevant book today? This book must have been released years ago, surely. This book can't be new, can it? It can't have just come out in 2025, right? This book just came out, and this is what drew me to want to make a video about it today. It's how out of time it is. This book is a collection of tired, irrelevant, right-wing culture war nitpicks being released at the most ridiculous possible time. These complaints have never been less relevant to reality, which makes the entire book read like one big joke. For example, the beginning of one section of the book reads like this: "The unchecked growth of diversity, equity, and inclusion bureaucracies within academia, industry, and government has become perhaps the biggest threat to academic freedom, free inquiry, merit, and fairness in the West today." To those unfamiliar with the current situation, like, hold on, what are you talking about, current situation? Another chapter says, the Biden administration has widened these regulations. Has it? In the present tense, the Biden administration? How's life treating you over there in the alternate timeline? Is everything going well? Because we got one of your books by mistake. It's pretty clear that when this book was being planned and put together, they never expected Trump to win another term in office, but he did. And then he did various things which make the book's complaints seem totally inconsequential, but the project was just too far along at that point and they had to release it anyway. Or, is that true? Let's not rush to judgment here. Let's give this book a fair shake today, and we'll start off by introducing some of the people involved in the project. The War on Science is edited by the theoretical physicist and cosmologist Lawrence Krauss. Here's a picture of him with one of his friends there. Don't worry about who that is. Now, I imagine most of you, if you know who Lawrence Krauss is, will know who he is for one of two reasons. The first is for appearing in the video "That Time Geocentrists Tricked a Bunch of Physicists" by Dan Olson. That's him in the thumbnail there, accidentally promoting the idea that the Earth is at the center of the universe. And the second reason I imagine you might know who Lawrence Krauss is, well, we'll get to that in a little while. The epigraph of the book is written by another Lawrence, former Harvard University president Lawrence Summers, pictured here with some of his friends. Who is that one guy, you might be asking, but listen, don't worry about him. Although in the background of this picture we can see another contributor to the book, psychologist Steven Pinker. And look, Steven Pinker was also in this picture with Krauss and the Mystery Man there. Small world, eh? Another big-name contributor to the book is evolutionary biologist Richard Dawkins, pictured here with Steven Pinker and others on an aeroplane. Taking a little trip on somebody's aeroplane there. I wonder whose it is and where they're going. Anyway, The War on Science begins with an introduction written by Lawrence Krauss that covers the main grievances of the various contributors to the book. So let's have a peek at that and see what all the fuss is about. Krauss starts out by lamenting the fact that while universities were once upon a time bastions of free speech and open scientific inquiry, recently they've been overrun with progressive politics, political correctness, and government-mandated diversity programs. Debate is stifled, diversity trumps merit, and anyone who disagrees with the imposition of this Marxist dogma keeps silent for fear of the dreaded cancel culture. If you speak out, the woke mob is gonna come and cancel culture you. Nevertheless, the potential problems are so grave and the stakes so serious that a stellar group of 39 distinguished scholars from a wide variety of disciplines and a wide variety of experiences, including a full spectrum of political leanings, have agreed to contribute to this volume describing the existing and emerging threats. So who are this group of 39 distinguished scholars? No, hang on, first, are there 39 distinguished scholars? Because I counted them. There are 39 authors listed in the book, but Nicholas A. Christakis writes 2 of the included essays, so he's counted twice. So there's only 38 scholars, really, unless of course Krauss is counting himself, which would mean that when he says he applauds the stellar group of 39 distinguished scholars for their clarity and bravery, he's talking about himself, which seems a little egotistical, but okay. Now, when we go on to read the essays written by this apparently stellar group of distinguished scholars, I want you to keep one point that Lawrence Krauss makes in his introduction in mind. Krauss talks about how in 2020, after George Floyd was murdered by the police, the American Physical Society endorsed a strike in favor of eradicating systemic racism and discrimination, especially in academia and science. But the American Physical Society, Krauss claims, gave, quote, no direct empirical justification for their claims. The presumption of systemic racism was all that seemed necessary. Krauss is asking here, why do we need these anti-racist, anti-discrimination measures if it hasn't been proven that there even is racism or discrimination to counter? We can't just assume the existence of discrimination, we, as scientists, first need to evidence it. And this is going to be one question we can investigate today. Let's do our own science experiment here. Is there bigotry and discrimination in academia and the sciences? And our sample group today will be, let's say, 39 renowned scientists and scholars. As we read their essays, let's keep an eye out for any possible racism or discrimination in there. But before we get started, let me just say, with the due amount of respect to Lawrence Krauss, this book is not very well edited. Multiple people here have written the exact same essay covering the exact same events and talking points, so I'm not going to be relaying everything in minute detail. To take an example at random here, if we want to read about the time evolutionary biologist Carol Hooven left Harvard after a transphobic Fox News interview she did, we could read Lawrence Krauss talking about it, Abigail Thompson talks about it, Loana Maroja talks about it, Alessandro Strumia talks about it, Judith Suissa and Alice Sullivan talk about it, and finally Carol Hooven herself talks about it in the essay Why I Left Harvard. So I'm not going to bother explaining 6 different times that Carol Hooven shouldn't have been surprised that nobody wanted to work with her or take her classes anymore after she went on Fox News to help them discriminate against trans people. Also, before we get started, I need to include a note here about the publisher of the book, which is Post Hill Press, because there are a few strange things about Post Hill Press. Let me read you some of their other recent releases. Star-Spangled Blessings, Devotions for Patriots. Star-Spangled Blessings will introduce you to patriots who discovered the secret to happiness was not politics or power, but a life lived as an ambassador for Christ. An almost insurmountable evil, how Obama's deep state defiled the Catholic Church and executed the Wuhan plandemic. Beyond the Stethoscope, Miracles in Medicine, where gripping stories of miraculous recoveries, experiences in the ER, and global medical missions illuminate the transformative power of prayer. The 1896 Prophecies, 10 Predictions of America's Last Days. A 127-year-old prophecy warns of America's last days should socialist philosophies be permitted, with modern-day commentary showing the parallels with current events. Christian Patriot, 12 Steps for Creating One Nation Under God. Christian Patriot offers a compelling roadmap for Christians to reclaim their cultural influence and establish an explicitly Christian society rooted in faith, family, and biblical values. This book was published on the same day as The War on Science, by the way. Now, I wouldn't blame you for finding all that rather confusing, right? This publisher pretty much exclusively puts out far-right conspiracy theory, Christian nationalist, faith-healing nonsense. And it published a book by physicist Lawrence Krauss, featuring many people who are well known for criticizing religion, such as Richard Dawkins. So the obvious question here is, why are Krauss and his scientist pals being published by this 2-bit religious conservative slop farm? And to answer that, we first need to talk about the elephant in the room. I first became aware of the allegations against Lawrence Krauss when watching this video, Sexual Harassment and Assault in Astronomy and Physics by Angela Collier, which I will link below. That video covers the allegations against Krauss as part of a wider discussion about problems with sexual harassment and discrimination in the sciences, and also covers allegations against other people, such as astrophysicist Christian Ott, who also writes a chapter in The War on Science, ominously enough. Now, I'm not interested in being sued today, so I'll say that it has been alleged in the press that, and then the rest of this section. Okay, so it has been alleged in the press that Lawrence Krauss sexually assaulted a woman in a hotel room in 2006. He was barred from a university campus in 2008 for inappropriate comments made towards an undergraduate student. In 2009, a sexual harassment complaint was filed against Krauss at the Quantum to Cosmos Festival, where he was a guest speaker. He sexually assaulted a woman in a bar in 2011. In 2016, at the Australian Skeptics National Convention, he grabbed a woman's breast, uninvited and in public. This one was witnessed by multiple other people, and these are just some of the allegations that you hear about Lawrence Krauss. There is allegedly more out there that isn't publicly known about. As an example, biologist and fellow skeptic Jerry Coyne wrote the following on his website Why Evolution is True in 2018. Certainly most of you are aware of the allegations that physicist Lawrence Krauss engaged in sexually predatory behavior. This was made public with the BuzzFeed article that accused Krauss of a panoply of sexually aggressive and harassing behaviors, ranging from inappropriate comments made to women through physical groping up to sexual assault. I didn't find the specifics of most allegations fully convincing, yet the fact that there were so many of them that resembled each other meant they could not be ignored. As I've said, the more independent claims there are against a person and the more they paint a consistent pattern of behavior, the greater the likelihood that the accused is guilty. After that article appeared, I did some digging on my own and came up with 3 cases that have convinced me that Krauss engaged in sexual predation of both a physical nature, groping, and of a verbal nature, offensive and harassing comments. The allegations that convinced me are not public, but the accusers are sufficiently credible that I believe their claims to be true. Further, these claims buttress the general allegation of sexual misbehavior made in BuzzFeed. In my view, then, Krauss has a propensity to engage in sexual misconduct. I therefore disassociate myself from the man. So you can throw the 3 extra allegations dug up by Jerry Coyne on top of the mountain of allegations made against Lawrence Krauss there. They're not public, but whatever they were was apparently substantial enough to convince Jerry Coyne to never work with Lawrence Krauss again. So very principled behaviour from Jerry Coyne there. Well done. Now, Lawrence Krauss denies these various allegations, of course, painting the whole thing as a conspiracy of people who were out to ruin his life for some reason. Now, I don't believe that personally, and not even just because it doesn't seem very likely. No, I don't believe it because of things that Lawrence Krauss has said himself. And I think it's time to introduce the mystery man from the photos I showed earlier here. So yes, this is Jeffrey Epstein with Lawrence Krauss and Steven Pinker. That's Jeffrey Epstein with Lawrence Summers and Steven Pinker. This is Steven Pinker and Richard Dawkins on Jeffrey Epstein's aeroplane. For whatever reason, Jeffrey Epstein seems to have fancied himself as something of an intellectual, and among his associates were a surprising amount of prominent scientists. And I'll here quote from a 2019 Guardian article which talks about this association. Lawrence Krauss, a physicist who retired from Arizona State University, where he was being investigated for sexual misconduct, by the way, even continued defending Epstein after his 2008 conviction, telling the Daily Beast in 2011, "As a scientist, I always judge things on empirical evidence, and he always has women ages 19 to 23 around him, but I've never seen anything else. So as a scientist, my presumption is that whatever the problems were, I would believe him over other people." He added, "I don't feel tarnished in any way by my relationship with Jeffrey. I feel raised by it." So I have a few things to say about this, of course. Firstly, I'd just like to mention here that in 2008, when Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of soliciting prostitution from minors, he pleaded guilty, so Krauss's comments defending Epstein here came after that conviction. Secondly, I'd like to highlight Krauss's use of his reputation as a scientist to defend Epstein. Because for someone who is supposedly worried about the public perception of the sciences, using your position as a prominent scientist to defend a notorious sex trafficker after he was convicted for sex crimes is far more harmful to the reputation of the sciences than anything you complain about in this book. The woke mob are undermining academia, says man who uses his own academic reputation to try to shield Jeffrey Epstein from criticism. Thirdly, I'd like to point out that Lawrence Krauss was, when he was at Arizona State University, the head of the Origins Project, which was some sort of science event thing where people gave talks and presentations and all that. Like this talk between Lawrence Krauss and Richard Dawkins here, for instance. A public records request made by BuzzFeed revealed a list of people and organizations who had donated to support the Origins Project over the years, and in the list on page 11 we see the quote Jeffrey Epstein VI Foundation, which pledged $100,000 in support. The Jeffrey Epstein VI Foundation was set up by Jeffrey Epstein, if you didn't pick that up from the context there. The VI stands for Virgin Islands, as in where Jeffrey Epstein's private island was. We also see multiple donations from the Enhanced Education Foundation totaling $250,000. The Enhanced Education Foundation was also set up by Jeffrey Epstein, and we also see millions of dollars in pledges from Epstein associates Leon and Deborah Black. So when Lawrence Krauss says he feels raised by his relationship with Jeffrey, I can only assume he means that primarily in a financial sense. Now, I have to say that all of this makes Lawrence Krauss's attempted scientific defense of Jeffrey Epstein look rather ridiculous, doesn't it? Krauss is not considering, in his scientific, empirical judgment of Jeffrey Epstein's character, the possibility that he might be biased towards his friend who gives him wheelbarrows full of money. When you measure, include the measurer. MC Hammer. I'll quote here from a BuzzFeed article reporting the allegations against Krauss, and this section details how feminist skeptic Rebecca Watson criticized Krauss for defending Epstein, and I quote, "On her Skeptic blog, Watson slammed Krauss for not acknowledging his obvious bias, and thus violating a core value of skepticism. Krauss's statement is extremely disturbing and makes scientists look like ignorant, biased fools who will twist data to suit their own needs," she wrote. "I remain skeptical, and I support a man whose character I believe I know, Krauss responded in the post's comments. If you want to condemn me for that, so be it. And you know what, Lawrence? Okay, I will. I will condemn you for that. Now, before we move on, I'd like to include a note about Steven Pinker here. Pinker is a psychologist at Harvard who, as I mentioned earlier, writes a chapter in The War on Science. And as we've seen, he's got a few photos of him with Jeffrey Epstein floating around out there. But unlike Krauss, Pinker has since decided to distance himself from Epstein rather than defend him. I could never stand the guy and always tried to keep my distance, he says. This is complicated somewhat by the fact that Steven Pinker helped Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, with Jeffrey Epstein's legal defense when he was indicted for sex crimes in 2006. To quote a BuzzFeed News article here, an obscure document from Epstein's legal defense shows that Pinker weighed in on the precise meaning of a federal law about using the internet to entice minors into prostitution or other illegal sex acts. Pinker has since claimed that he didn't know Dershowitz was going to use his opinion in defense of Jeffrey Epstein and claimed that he was not paid for the letter. Quote, "It's something that Alan and I do regularly as colleagues." He also claimed he was not aware of the charges against Jeffrey Epstein, which I find a bit difficult to believe, to be honest. It was big news at the time, and you regularly work with his lawyer, apparently. Also, if a lawyer asked me to provide expert opinion for a criminal defense and it pertained to a law about enticing minors into prostitution, I would probably ask for the details on that one, before my name ends up in a court document defending the head of a sex trafficking ring or something. Anyway, even if we very generously take Steven Pinker at his word and assume he didn't mean to help defend Jeffrey Epstein at trial and that he never liked the guy and thought he was awful, we still have to ask, what's he doing in this book with Lawrence Krauss? Because Lawrence Krauss doesn't think Epstein is awful, he thinks he's great. He loves the guy, he thinks he was absolutely brilliant. Now, maybe it's just me, but I would find it hard to maintain a positive working relationship with someone who likes and keeps defending Jeffrey Epstein. That would be a deal breaker for me in a friendship. So no, I don't believe Steven Pinker never liked Jeffrey Epstein, because I think if that was the case, he probably wouldn't now be working with Lawrence Krauss. Anyway, with regards to the allegations made against Lawrence Krauss and his friendship and financial relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, you might be wondering what he says about all of this in his book. And the answer is, he doesn't mention it at all. He seems to be hoping people would forget about all of that. But although Lawrence Krauss doesn't mention the allegations against him directly, he does allude to them. For example, they certainly seem to have been present in his mind when he wrote the following passage. Christian Ott, a distinguished astrophysicist at Caltech, was forced to resign his tenured position, not for what he said, but for what others claimed about what he did. What makes his case even more poignant is not just the lack of due process and fairness associated with what happened to him at Caltech, typical of so many recent claims of inappropriate behavior by male faculty at universities, but also the subsequent efforts of numerous activists to distort his case to try and ensure he could never carry out his research at any subsequent institution. What happened to Christian Ott seems to have hit quite close to home for Lawrence Krauss. So, okay, what happened to Christian Ott? Let's talk about his chapter. Christian D. Ott's chapter is titled Delicious Moral Treats, and it begins with what it claims is a passage from Aldous Huxley's novel Chrome Yellow, but it isn't. This is from Huxley's introduction to a Samuel Butler novel, so we're off to a good start here. But don't worry, Christian, any halfway decent editor will catch that error before it gets printed. Anyway, let's start by quoting from Ott's account of what happened to him. I was a tenured professor of astrophysics at the California Institute of Technology, Caltech, a private non-profit corporation and accredited institution of higher learning in Pasadena, California. My research focused on stars and black holes and so on. In September 2015, I was found responsible for having violated Caltech's policies and Title IX. I was put on administrative leave without pay for an academic year, which was extended by another year with pay. I was the subject of BuzzFeed News articles and I was pilloried on social media. I ultimately resigned my tenured position voluntarily on December 31st, 2017. Then he gives his backstory, talks about being a nerd in school and bullied. He went through university, got a job in academia, and was eventually put in charge of a team of students and postdoctoral researchers. What he admits to here is that he was a bad manager. He claims he could lack empathy and be too demanding, he was under a lot of pressure, and he didn't have the interpersonal or managerial skills he needed to do his job, basically. So it sounds like Christian Ott is being rather candid so far. My case involved 2 graduate students as complainants and a 3rd graduate student who was agitating and driving complaints behind the scenes. Student A joined my research group in the summer of 2012, and I was her formal graduate advisor. Not long after she started working with me, she confided in me that she was dealing with serious mental health issues that impeded her research and coursework. I'm not a mental health professional and certainly wasn't qualified to help, but I tried to help, listen, and accommodate. Student A and I became close and frequently discussed personal issues. Student A relied on me as her psychological support person. Student B joined Caltech in the same year as Student A. She had already published research broadly relevant to my research. I had met her previously at a summer school program at her alma mater and had worked hard to recruit her to Caltech. I wasn't her formal graduate advisor, but she decided to join my research group and carry out research with me for her first year at Caltech. Student B and I got along well. I felt that there was positive chemistry between us. Our interactions sometimes touched on personal topics. Uh-oh. Now it sounds like he's being a little less candid. All this personal issues, personal topics stuff. That's a little suspiciously vague, isn't it? Anyway. Fast forward a year, it's now late summer 2013. Student A and I have continued a positive relationship and she was making progress. Student B, on the other hand, struggled and appeared to be unenthusiastic about the research she was doing. I sought advice from faculty colleagues about what to do. In the annual faculty meeting in which the research progress of all first-year students is discussed, I got a clear message from my colleagues. Student B should switch research topics and research advisors. This is a rather common thing. Many students in Student B's graduate program switch topics and advisors after their first year. Overall, not a big deal. However, it was a big deal for me. I had given her a research project that didn't work out. I'd worked hard to recruit her, invested time and energy into her research, and was deeply invested in her success. I couldn't make things work out. I felt like a failure. After meeting with her to discuss the decision that we should stop working together, I felt horrible. My emotions were complex. It was a mix of failure, self-pity, and a sense of loss combined with affection for Student B. I was lost and didn't know how to deal with my feelings. The right thing, of course, would have been to talk to a counsellor and friends outside of Caltech. I felt I needed to talk to someone who would understand the situation. In a desperate moment, while I was on foreign travel and feeling horrible about the situation, I confided in Student A about my feelings. Student A became my confidant and helped me deal with my emotions. She consented to all of this. Now, what Christian Ott has done here is that he's developed inappropriate relationships with his students. Ott was 38 at the time, and he's become infatuated with one student in her early 20s, and he's using another student, also in her early 20s, as a kind of therapist to deal with it. That's very unprofessional there. Even in his telling of events, which is very favourable to himself, that's a problem, right? He shouldn't be doing that sort of thing, obviously. The next problem is that he might not be telling the full story here. And I'll here quote from one of those BuzzFeed articles that gives Student A and B's accounting of events. Over coffees at a Pete's just off campus, Kleiser recalled, that's Student B there, Ott broke the news that he no longer wanted to work with her, meaning she would have to find another advisor to finish her graduate studies. The change totally upended her research plans, but she said she didn't really understand why he was firing her. He mentioned an email that she had not responded to a few weeks earlier, she recalled, and said he couldn't emotionally deal with her anymore. She had no idea that he had any romantic feelings for her. She just thought she had failed at her job. Around the same time, Ott began chatting online with another of his female graduate students, 23-year-old Sarah Gossan, that's Student A, to confide in her about the situation with Kleiser. One evening, Ott asked Gossan to switch from chat to Skype. I can't even write this stuff down, he typed. On Skype a few minutes later, according to Gossan, Ott confessed to being in love with Kleiser. The reason he had fired her was because he was concerned she was using her sexual influence over him to not do any work, Gossan told BuzzFeed News. Now obviously what's happened to Kleiser/student B here is very unfair, isn't it? Her advisor developed feelings for her, and he couldn't deal with it, but he didn't tell her about that, and then he fired her, leading her to believe that it was her fault. And even in Ott's accounting of events in the book, he tries to distance himself from the blame here by claiming he was merely acting on the advice of his colleagues. Now, the students went on to complain to Caltech about Ott's behaviour, and when Ott relays how this happens, he blames everything on a mysterious student C, who he paints as an activist and agitator who's constantly looking for things to complain about and who talked the other students into speaking out against Ott. This is very different from the account in the BuzzFeed article. In that telling, student A became increasingly distraught by Ott's inappropriate communications and demands on her time until she eventually switched advisors by herself and filed a complaint about him. But how did student B get involved in the complaint? Well, Kleiser said she didn't find out about Ott's feelings for her until June the 4th, when Caltech's Title IX coordinator called her into her office and presented her with a stack of 86 poems Ott had posted about her on his Tumblr page. The poems, which BuzzFeed News has reviewed, are no longer online. That's a real loss to the world of poetry there, I'm sure. The coordinator told Kleiser she could join Gossan's official complaint. Now Ott, telling his version of events, claims the complaints about him were orchestrated by the villainous student C, and he doesn't mention his volumes of Tumblr love poetry being found by the university, so it's really up to you which of these two versions of events you think is more likely. In a letter sent to Kleiser in September, the university acknowledged that her firing was prompted by Ott's romantic or sexual feelings for you, and that his behaviour significantly and adversely affected your educational opportunities at Caltech. A letter sent to Gossan concluded that Ott's interactions with her placed an inappropriate and undue burden on you that adversely affected your emotional and physical well-being. I would mention in relation to his communications with Gossan that when Ott claims that all of this intimate personal communication was consensual, he's ignoring something very important here obviously, which is the power dynamic of their relationship. She's a student, he's a teacher obviously, he's older, he's established in the field, he has the ability to hamper her academic career by firing her if he thinks she's too difficult to deal with, something which he apparently does. So there's a big incentive there for her to try to remain on his good side, even as he inappropriately uses her as emotional support to try to deal with his weirdo crush on a different student. Ott does later state that the university investigators looking into the case mentioned this imbalanced power dynamic to him, but he dismisses their argument and he accuses them of blindly adopting hypotheses of postmodernist intersectional social theory. So I feel like he still doesn't really understand what he did wrong there. In addition to Kleiser and Gossan, 7 other students have left Ott's research group since 2012. All of them spoke with BuzzFeed News. 4 said they were fired abruptly. Many said that Ott's erratic behaviour created a hostile and demanding work environment where bullying was the norm. Casey Handmer was a grad student in Ott's group until June 2013, when he was fired partly because Ott didn't want him to keep his bicycle locked up inside. Either you accept my rules or you go look for another advisor, Ott wrote him by email. Your call. Now I think this bicycle anecdote is important to keep in mind when considering Ott's claim that all the communication was consensual. I mean, if he's the sort of man who would fire someone for parking their bicycle somewhere where he doesn't like, you really don't want to get on the bad side of someone that petty, right? 5 other students, including Gossan, quit his group on their own for a variety of reasons, some of which were unrelated to his behaviour. Since Ott joined Caltech's faculty in 2009, just 2 of his graduate students have completed their degrees. That's not a very high hit rate from Christian there, is it? There's something I want to mention here which I think is relevant to Christian Ott's chapter in the book, but is going to be a recurring theme as we talk about the other contributors, and it's this. Quite apart from the specifics of what he did in the incident in question, the cancelled party here, Christian Ott, simply does not appear to have been a very good employee. Part of his job was to manage all these students, and he's not doing that, is he? He's developing crushes on them and calling them on Skype at night to talk about his feelings and firing them over minor infractions or things that were actually his fault. And the fallout from his mismanagement is going to be landing on his colleagues who have to pick up his slack and clean up his messes. And I know academia can be a bit of a bubble, but out in the real world, if you get hired somewhere to do a job and then you don't do that job, they fire you. You know, that's how it works. But Christian Ott isn't really taking responsibility for not doing his job properly. He does admit to not being a good manager, but the reasons he gives for not being a good manager aren't really the most relevant to the actual situation. He claims to be very driven and too demanding and to not have enough empathy for people who don't work as hard as he does. And these really just sound like camouflaged compliments he's giving to himself. They're the sorts of flaws you might list in a job interview, you know. I just work too darn hard. Regardless of the validity of that, it's not really the important thing here, is it? The important thing is the stack of Tumblr love poetry, which I would very much like to read. In the interest of fairness here, let's investigate whether Christian Ott has had any positive relationships with female colleagues. I mean, he can't creep them all out, surely. So let's talk about women he's worked with successfully. For example, in the paper The Gravitational Wave Signature of Core Collapse Supernovae, Ott is listed as a co-author alongside Ursula C. Gamma, someone who is also his co-author on the paper Core Collapse Supernovae, Neutrinos and Gravitational Waves. This is Ursula Gamma, someone who was listed on the Caltech website as being part of the Tapir Theoretical Astrophysics group alongside Christian Ott. Papers coming out of this group often either had Ursula Gamma listed as a co-author or thanked her specifically in the acknowledgements. And I want to relay two interesting things about Ursula Gamma here. The first is that she's collaborated with Ott on multiple projects, and as far as I'm aware, she hasn't had a single negative word to say about the man. So congratulations to Christian Ott for that. The second interesting thing I want to relay about Ursula Gamma is that she's not real. She's a fake person invented by Christian Ott, and he added her name to papers and instructed his students to add her name to their talks, and someone was sending emails in character as her. Now, it seems like he's done this for funding reasons, and I can only speculate here, but I imagine he's trying to make it seem like his papers have a more diverse array of co-authors than they actually do in order to appeal to funders. Like, fund us, we've got a lady scientist, imagine that. And if that is the case, I would point out that if he just stopped alienating the actual women who worked with him, he probably wouldn't have to invent women to work with. After Ott details what happened at Caltech, or his version of what happened anyway, he talks about the subsequent investigation, and I think it's fair to say he handled the consequences very poorly. He didn't do himself any favours whatsoever. Firstly, he appeals against the university's decision to place him on leave, which is a bad idea, as it signals to them that he doesn't think he's done anything wrong, when he obviously has, so they're going to be worried he's going to do it again in the future. He makes assumptions about other events at the university being orchestrated by Student C, even when he doesn't have evidence for that. He talks about the university having him under a gag order, but then he violates that gag order by talking about one of the students on Twitter. Like, no. Bad. What are you doing? Stop it, man. This was a mistake, but it was great for Caltech. They accused me of having violated the terms of my administrative leave and happily extended my leave by another 12 months, though this time with pay. Yeah, it sounds great for Caltech, all this. I'm sure they loved having an employee on extended leave because he was generating bad press for them by creeping on his students, and then is still posting about the students on his social media, even though they asked him not to. I'm sure they were thrilled, overjoyed about all this, I bet. Honestly, Ott's arrogance and self-centeredness here can be really quite irritating to read. For example, I came to the conclusion, which I hold to this day, that the outcome of my case was determined by what Caltech deemed to be the most favourable outcome for Caltech. Oh, you don't say. I mean, what were you expecting exactly? Did you think you were working at the Christian Ott Institute, the fan club for Christian Ott, where they try to reach the most favourable outcome for you, even though you caused the problem? And he's saying this as if he's divulging some deep revelation he had, instead of it being something that's immediately obvious to anyone who has ever worked anywhere. He also complains about how long it took Caltech to come to a verdict on his case, quote, partly because one of the investigators disappeared for an extended Hawaiian vacation. Oh, I'm sorry, they were living their own life instead of prioritizing you, the protagonist of the universe. That must have been very hard for you. Now, before I blow through my entire sarcasm quota for today's video, I'll move on and share the funniest moment of Christian Ott's chapter. Eventually, he gives up on trying to be an educator, which is good, and he changes career to being a software engineer, something he says made sense because of his extensive computing experience and his, quote, broad training as a problem solver. To wrap up here, Christian Ott is someone who did something wrong, but that's not why he was air quotes cancelled. That happened because he refused to either admit he was wrong or let it go. He doubled down when he appealed the university's findings, when he violated the gag order, he's been doubling down since, and now he's doubling down again by appearing in this book with Jeffrey Epstein associate and accused serial sex pest Lawrence Krauss. If your employer looks at you and sees a liability, someone who's generating bad press for the university and isn't demonstrating remorse or a willingness to change, and thus is likely to keep generating bad press in the future, they're probably going to find a way to get rid of you, and they did, and that was your fault. Anyway, let's move on and talk about another chapter. So this is An Apology for Philology by Solveig Gold and Joshua Katz. Lawrence Krauss describes their essay as covering Princeton University's decision in 2021 to, quote, eliminate its language requirement for undergraduate majors so that students could graduate with a degree in classics without ever taking a single course in Latin or ancient Greek. So what happened here was that prior to 2021, Princeton apparently required classics students to take a class in either Greek or Latin, but then they changed the curriculum to make that optional. So you can still take the languages if you like, but you're no longer required to graduate. And then this essay by Gold and Katz is criticizing that decision. Now, to begin with here, I'll say that while I am sure that Princeton reorganizing its classics department is of middling interest to the Princeton Classics Department, I'm not sure why I'm hearing about it now in the book The War on Science. It's not the war on the humanities, is it? What's a classics department doing in here? Well, in 2018, an investigation found that Joshua Katz, then a professor at Princeton, had engaged in a relationship with an undergraduate student in the classics department. He was suspended for a year without pay for violating the university's rules about not doing that. Now you might be thinking, that's why he's in this book, right? Lawrence Krauss must have gone around and collected any professor who's ever been subject to a sexual misconduct investigation and got them to write a chapter for his book. But the problem is that Joshua Katz is a linguist, not a scientist, so he got to write a chapter about languages. However, there is more to the story here. I'm not saying that's wrong, it's just there's more to say about it. So Joshua Katz dates a student, Princeton finds out, he gets suspended, but it hasn't been made public yet. So you might imagine that he'd want to keep his head down after that, right? Not want to draw too much attention to himself, that sort of thing. But in July of 2020, Katz wrote an article in Quillette, which is a right-wing rag, and in that article he criticized an anti-racist student organization at Princeton, describing them as a, quote, local terrorist organization. He wrote that article shortly after George Floyd was murdered, so you can imagine the sort of environment in which he decided to offer his opinion that some black student activists are terrorists. Katz was of course widely criticized in the wake of this article, including by Princeton, but they didn't formally punish him for it. Katz then wrote another article gloating about this incident in the Wall Street Journal. I survived cancellation at Princeton. It was a close call, but I won't be investigated for criticizing a faculty open letter. He is really poking the bear here, isn't he? So in early 2021, the Princeton student newspaper published the story about Katz violating university policy by engaging in a relationship with a student, and also quoted two other students who claimed that Katz pursued them in a way they felt was inappropriate. After this, the student who Katz had a relationship with, quote, submitted a detailed complaint to university administrators. According to Monday's statement, this complaint provided new information to the university, prompting a separate investigation. This time, the investigation did not revisit the policy violations that caused his 2018 suspension, instead establishing that Katz had misrepresented facts and failed to be fully forthcoming during the 2018 investigation, the statement said. Additionally, according to the statement, Katz had a successful effort to discourage the alumna from participating and cooperating after she expressed the intent to do so. So Princeton launched a second investigation of Katz, and then they fired him. Now, Katz and his defenders present this as terribly unfair, of course. He'd already been punished for the time he dated a student, they claim. Princeton is just going back to that now to find some technicality to use as an excuse to get rid of him, because he wrote something racist and then said, nah, I got away with it, you can't catch me. And you know what? They probably are. But also, good. Like, yeah, you're asking for it at that point. I imagine it is easier to get rid of you for the time you violated university policy by dating the students than it would be over a free speech issue. It probably is. But Princeton didn't do anything wrong there. If anything, they righted a wrong. Because the truth is, they let you off easy last time. They didn't fire you, and they didn't make what you did public. They were going to let you come back and carry on your career. Now, this was self-interested on the part of Princeton, of course. They don't want bad headlines, like Princeton professor creeps on his students, that sort of thing, but you should have respected the mechanism of your salvation there. They don't want bad headlines, so don't go and write articles in Quillette calling black students terrorists during a period of civil unrest caused by the police murdering black people. Because if you're going to generate bad press for them anyway, they might as well just find some way to get rid of you. And they did, and that was your fault. Now you might be wondering who Solveig Gold is in all this. Well, she is Joshua Katz's wife, she's 25 years his junior, and is another one of his former undergraduate students. You can make of that whatever you want. I want to move on from specific instances of sexual misconduct now and talk about more general sexism and misogyny in the sciences. And to get us started here, I'll first introduce Alessandro Strumia, who is an Italian man. And he is introduced by Lawrence Krauss in the following way. Alessandro Strumia is a scientist, formerly of CERN in Geneva, whose own research arguing against the empirical basis of discriminatory DEI hiring quotas in physics led to his first being censored, then censored, and then expelled from that organization. And let's read Strumia's account of this event in his essay, which starts out, "In the past decade, we lost some excellent apolitical journalism." I'll stop you there. There is no such thing as apolitical journalism. I am vetoing the rest of this sentence. We're skipping it. I accidentally got involved in these troubles while at CERN, thanks to a European Research Council grant for physics. In 2018, CERN decided to host a workshop about a new topic, gender. Having worked on bibliometrics, I had the data needed to test anecdotal claims about why women remain underrepresented in physics. According to the politically correct mainstream theory, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics disciplines conspire to keep women out. This happens despite that Western academia is one of the most progressive environments globally. Why should these champions of diversity seek to exclude women, especially in countries with higher levels of gender equality? Apparently because we all suffer from sexist stereotypes and unconscious systemic bias, such as believing that biological gender differences exist that create invisible obstacles via microaggressions. Okay, I'm gonna stop you there again. Ease up on the sarcastic quotation marks, we're only in the second paragraph here. So this is just all over the place, isn't it? He thinks the theory is that STEM conspires to keep women out, seeks to exclude women because of unconscious systemic bias. I mean, that just doesn't make any sense, does it? The more sensible point here would be that even if a field was not seeking to exclude women, they could still end up doing it because of unconscious biases. Additionally, if women are underrepresented in physics or any other field, that might point to a problem in the field, sexual harassment, for instance, but the imbalance might also be originating outside it, societal attitudes towards women in STEM making it less likely that as many women as men want to go into those subjects or want to stay in those subjects when they're there. So Strumia seems to be a little off base here, but what did he decide to do? To me, this seemed to be a bizarre conspiracy theory, so I conducted basic bibliometric checks that CERN could have performed before hosting claims that physics discriminates against women. For example, I calculated the number of papers published and the citations received by each author at the time of hiring. Do women need, on average, higher bibliometric indices than men to be hired? The data indicated no evidence of discrimination in favor of men. Now, what he's done here in seeking to counter the idea that there is discrimination against women in physics is examine whether there's discrimination against women in physics, specifically in terms of papers published and citations received at the time they're hired for certain positions. Now, first of all, this is a laughably narrow examination, one that ignores all of the other possible sources of bias and discrimination in the field, but also because your number of papers published or citations received is not necessarily an indicator of the quality of your work, is it? This would be like judging who is the best fiction author by only considering the amount of books they'd written or something. Dan Brown is a better writer than James Joyce by that metric. Also, while you might get citations for good work, you might get citations for bad work too. If you write a bad paper with errors that someone takes the time to refute, you got a citation there, didn't you? Is that good? Does that speak to your ability as a scientist? Strumia's idea is also flawed here because how often men and women are cited or chosen to be included as co-authors on papers is not a process that would be unaffected by misogyny in the sciences. Strumia is picking one moment in time to do his comparison here, but he's not considering that what he's looking to find, or not find in this case, misogyny, would, if it exists, have made it harder for women to get a lot of citations in the first place. Now, unfortunately, Strumia didn't just keep all of his amazing arguments to himself. He applied to give a talk at this gender workshop, and he did, and the slides for his talk are available online, and I'm going to show some of them to you now, and you're not going to believe them. Discrimination against women. Physics invented and built by men. It's not by invitation. Curie etc. welcomed after showing what they can do. Got Nobels. Quotas in best jobs only is not equality. Men make worst jobs, and 95% of work deaths. I said fought crime according to Minister of Truth, and PC fought police. I trust you noticed the anti-feminist memes and cartoons in there. I had a click through the videos of the rest of the presentations at this workshop at CERN, which are available online, and I saw a series of rather sober and serious academic types giving very professional and rather dry presentations to a room of their peers. And imagining this clown getting up to show them his presentation filled with anti-feminist 4chan memes is one of the most embarrassing things I can imagine. It makes me want to cringe into a tiny little ball. There's actually audio of him giving this presentation online, but I can't listen to it. I won't do it. It is simply too embarrassing. The man has a PhD, and his presentation looks like it was made by a 13-year-old boy who watches too much Andrew Tate. Now, the most telling slide is this one, where Strumia complains about a woman being hired to a position that he applied to, even though he has more citations than her, which he thinks is important. So yes, that's where all this seems to be coming from. Strumia feels he was snubbed because of political correctness or whatever. Can you imagine how unprofessional it is to actually publicly name a person who got a job that you wanted and imply that they only got it because they were a woman? Like, maybe she was just a better fit for the role than you. Maybe part of the job requirement was to not be a gigantic arsehole. Have you considered that? I want to talk a bit more about a couple of claims made in these slides, and we'll start with the claim about Marie Curie. Now, Strumia later wrote a blog about his presentation, and in there he tries to elaborate on the point he was apparently making in this slide. He says, nobody has privileged access. Everybody is welcome to try and will be appreciated based on achievements, not based on gender, race, etc. Marie Curie is an example of how successful women have been appreciated in the physics community since many years now. So let's respond to this with some Marie Curie facts. Firstly, Curie had to attend an illegal underground school, the Flying University, so called because it had to regularly change locations to avoid the authorities, one of the reasons of which was because women were banned from higher education at the time. When Marie and her husband/colleague Pierre Curie travelled to share their research into radium at the Royal Institution in London, Pierre lectured alone because the institute forbade women from speaking at the time. And in 1903, although they shared their work and research, of the two, only Pierre Curie was nominated for a Nobel Prize for their work with radiation. He had to write and complain in order to get Marie Curie added to the nomination. They initially weren't even going to nominate her for the Nobel Prize, and this is Strumia's example of how the physics community is welcoming to women. because one very remarkable woman, through enormous effort and dedication and the support of her husband, managed to somehow overcome the various institutional barriers in the sciences, we're now supposed to act like those barriers don't exist? That's ludicrous. Curie etc. welcomed after showing what they can do. Men, of course, are just welcome by default. They built physics, after all, but women are welcome after they show what they can do. Women have to go the extra mile. They have to overcome our prejudices. And if they overcome our prejudices, we can just say, well, our prejudices couldn't have been all that bad then. They didn't stop you, did they? Now this is ridiculous, obviously. It's like Strumia is saying women should be expected to have to literally discover a new element just to get their foot in the door. Anyway, next I want to talk about a particular sentence from this slide. In 2016, CERN attacked as homophobic by big media for nothing. What is behind this? Now this is a link which we can click, and if we do, we're taken to a news story in The Independent titled CERN Laboratory Made Famous for Work on Large Hadron Collider Embroiled in Homophobia Row. At least one researcher is reported by the Sunday Times to have been formally disciplined after CCTV cameras caught them defacing posters advertising CERN's lesbian, gay, bisexual and transgender club events. LGBT CERN group members claim the abuse has been ongoing for years, with posters defaced with words such as Schwein, German for pig, and Old Testament biblical quotations describing sexual relations between men as an abomination for which they should be put to death. Now that's not nothing, obviously. That's quite serious, actually. That's a hate crime which could be taken as a death threat. I have absolutely no idea why Strumia decided to include a link to this news article in his slide here, since it so clearly contradicts what he says about it. I mean, I'm glad he did. Usually I have to go looking for it, so he saved me some time at least. Strumia asks what is behind this, and then his next slide is about cultural Marxism. Now you might say, hang on a minute, isn't cultural Marxism a far-right conspiracy theory? Surely Alessandro Strumia isn't promoting that sort of thing. Now, being completely serious here, when I saw this slide I thought, oh, I wonder if this guy is just a fascist, and so I went to his Twitter page to investigate, and quite genuinely the first thing I saw was him retweeting a video of Martin Sellner, who is an Austrian neo-Nazi. So that investigation didn't take very long. If that's not enough for you to call Strumia a bigot though, and you need another data point, I'll say that Strumia has also tweeted in support of law professor Amy Wax, who we're going to have cause to talk about in a little while. Now this point probably doesn't mean much to you right now, but trust me, it will soon. Now we've only talked about a few contributors to the book so far, but I must pause and say, all of this paints a pretty dim picture of academia, doesn't it? If you were working just from this sample, you'd conclude the sciences were populated by bigots, misogynists, and sexual harassers, creepy old dinosaurs who seemingly mainly view their fields as an opportunity to pursue suspiciously younger women. But that can't be right, surely. Let's class things up a bit and introduce a proper old-fashioned British gentleman, Professor Richard Dawkins. Now to start here, let me clarify that Professor Richard Dawkins is 84 years old, and his wife is 80 years old, so that's a much more appropriate sort of age gap there. Oh, I'm sorry, I got something mixed up there. That was his first wife. His second wife is... his fourth wife is 45 years his junior. 45. That's the difficult thing, isn't it, with looking for the one? Sometimes you're 40 years old, and they've not been born yet. Anyway, before Richard Dawkins ruins this joke by getting married again, let's move on and talk about his essay. Okay, so Professor Richard Dawkins writes the first and longest chapter of the book, and he's also probably the most famous person involved in the project. Lawrence Krauss introduces Dawkins' essay by saying, "The section begins with a wide-ranging essay by Richard Dawkins describing the nature of science and some classic examples of ideology negatively impacting science and society in the former Soviet Union under the combined tyranny of the biologist Lysenko and Stalin, and then more recent examples involving modern biology and gender." Hell of a sentence there. Now, wide-ranging essay here is a polite way of saying a bunch of disconnected topics stitched together from things Richard Dawkins has said elsewhere. For example, the 8,000 words of Dawkins' essay that follow the title, Is Sex a Social Construct?, is just taken from Richard Dawkins' blog, from a post titled, Is the Male-Female Divide a Social Construct or Scientific Reality? So his entry in the book is less a considered piece on the topics at hand, and seemingly more whatever he happened to have written most recently when Lawrence Krauss emailed him asking for an essay. Although I will say this is true for many of the chapters in the book, a lot of which were originally posted on blogs or as opinion pieces in newspapers. One of them we'll talk about later is a transcript of a podcast interview. Outside of Lawrence Krauss's introduction, you're really not getting that much book for your money here. For the most part, this project could have been an email with a list of links in it. Before we get to the content of Professor Richard Dawkins' chapter, I have a confession to make. I used to be a very big fan of Professor Richard Dawkins. The God Delusion came out when I was a teenager, and I read it, and I thought it was brilliant. At the time, I thought very highly of Dawkins and his skeptic colleagues in the New Atheism movement. I read their books and their blog posts, and thoroughly enjoyed the content made by the atheist YouTubers skewering creationists and flat earthers and so on. Religion seemed to me to epitomize illogical thinking and false belief. Organized religion was obviously corrupt and institutionally bigoted, but here are some people speaking out for science and rationality. And at the head of the pack is Professor Richard Dawkins, intelligent, uncompromising, bravely stating outright that belief in God is a delusion. Exciting times, and an exciting movement to be a part of if you were an obnoxious know-it-all teenager like I was at the time. Now I'm in my 30s, I'm not such a big fan of Professor Richard Dawkins, to put it mildly, and Richard Dawkins, who calls himself a cultural Christian now, is publishing a chapter in a book put out by a deeply religious publisher, alongside not just Jeffrey Epstein associate Lawrence Krauss, but as we'll see later, a bunch of unrepentant racists and bigots. How the mighty have fallen, eh? So what happened to Professor Richard Dawkins, and what happened to the skeptic atheist movement that he was a part of? Well, if I was being dramatic here, I'd say that it died in 2011 in an elevator in Ireland. Now that's not true. That's oversimplifying things, but Elevatorgate, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, really did expose a lot of misogyny, harassment, bigotry, and just lazy thinking in the skeptic/atheist community in general. It's also emblematic of the shift into anti-feminist content being produced by people online who were previously producing skeptic and atheist content. So for those who don't know, in 2011, feminist and atheist Rebecca Watson, who we mentioned earlier by the way, she runs the Skeptic blog that Lawrence Krauss commented about Jeffrey Epstein on. Anyway, in 2011, Rebecca Watson spoke on a panel at the World Atheist Convention in Ireland. One of the things she spoke about was the sexual objectification of women in the atheist community and how that makes her uncomfortable. Later that night, she was heading back to her hotel room when a man followed her into an elevator and propositioned her, saying, "I find you very interesting, would you like to come back to my room?" Now, when Rebecca Watson later relays this story in a YouTube video, she tells it partly like it was a funny anecdote, right? Which it is in the sense that it resembles a joke. Like, "Hey babe, nice talk about not wanting to be objectified, do you want to come back to my place?" That's ridiculous, right? It's like a cartoon. But Rebecca Watson also gives a little free advice to the men in the atheist community, which they apparently needed, and says, "Don't do things like that. That made me uncomfortable." She says she was a woman, alone, in a foreign country, in an enclosed space, with someone she doesn't know. So don't proposition someone under those circumstances. That seems fair. All that said, Rebecca Watson didn't start a campaign to try to ruin this guy's life or anything. She didn't name him, she didn't film him and put it all over social media. She just offhandedly told the anecdote in the middle of a vlog she was doing. Now, if you're unfamiliar with this incident, you're probably wondering how such a minor event could possibly have any ramifications at all, let alone be enough of a contentious issue to earn its own gate suffix. What happened here to take this minor incident and blow it up? And the answer to that is, Professor Richard Dawkins happened. So after Watson posted her video about the conference, she got an array of responses from various people. Some people were criticizing Watson, other people, like biologist P.Z. Myers, posted in defense of her, and of course, since it's the internet, there were more than a few juvenile trolls who sent her nasty, ignorant messages filled with insults and violent imagery and so on. And one of those nasty, ignorant messages was sent, strangely enough, by Professor Richard Dawkins. So in the comments of P.Z. Myers' blog post defending Rebecca Watson, Richard Dawkins wrote the following. Dear Muslimer, off to a weird start here, stop whining, will you? Yes, yes, I know you had your genitals mutilated with a razor blade, and yawn, don't tell me again, I know you aren't allowed to drive a car, and you can't leave the house without a male relative, and your husband is allowed to beat you, and you'll be stoned to death if you commit adultery. But stop whining, will you? Think of the suffering your poor American sisters have to put up with. Only this week I heard of one. She calls herself Skeptic, and do you know what happened to her? A man in a hotel elevator invited her back to his room for coffee. I'm not exaggerating, he really did. He invited her back to his room for coffee. Of course she said no, and of course he didn't lay a finger on her, but even so. And you, Muslimer, think you have misogyny to complain about. For goodness sake, grow up, or at least grow a thicker skin. Now then, what the bloody hell was all that about? That's a bit of an escalation there, isn't it? Where do we begin with this? Well, to start with, Richard Dawkins is employing a very childish argument, which is that if someone somewhere has it worse than you, then you never get to complain about anything. You can't get mad at me for forgetting your birthday, darling, because there's a war going on somewhere, that sort of thing. This argument would only make sense if Rebecca Watson had declared that the elevator incident was the most important thing to ever happen in the entire world, which of course she did not do. The second ridiculous thing about this argument is that Richard Dawkins doesn't apply the argument to himself. He complains about trivial things on his social media all the time. For instance,
Bin Laden has won in airports of the world every day. I had a little jar of honey, now thrown away by rule-bound Dundridges. Stupid waste.
So why does Richard Dawkins get to use the internet to complain about his little lost jar of honey? Surely there are worse things going on in the world, right? Getting shot with a rocket launcher, for instance. So could I say, why are you complaining about losing a jar of honey, Richard Dawkins, when it's not as bad as being shot with a rocket launcher? Of course not. That would be ridiculous. But that is the same argument he's using with regards to Rebecca Watson.
Do you idiots think I give a damn about my stupid honey? It's the principle I care about. Get it? Principle. Not honey. Principle.
So with his own complaint here, Richard Dawkins is able to extrapolate from a single incident into making a wider point about the principle of overzealous airport security or something. But he is much less generous to Rebecca Watson, who was of course using a single incident to make a wider point about the treatment of women in the atheist community. But Richard Dawkins, in his Dear Muslimer post, comes across as very dismissive about any possible negative treatment of women in the atheist community. He seems to be saying that as long as women aren't literally being mutilated and beaten to death at atheist conferences, then they should just shut up. Ultimately, the actual circumstances of the elevator incident don't really matter all that much, to be honest. The problem is that Rebecca Watson said men don't do that in reference to anything. She is a woman, and she's telling men what to do, and Richard Dawkins is a then 70-year-old man who apparently does not respond well to seeing women telling men what to do, and seeing it made him imagine and write about women being brutalized and murdered. Listen up, sweetheart, some men beat women to death, so keep it zipped and count your blessings. We could be treating you a lot worse. Now, a lot of people found this very disappointing, myself included. One of the reasons I was excited about the increasing popularity of skepticism and atheism is because I saw it as a challenge to the institutional bigotries present in organized religion. So it was an enormous letdown to see one of the prominent figures of the movement so dismissive of women talking about misogyny and objectification in his community. He came across as only being interested in those things insofar as he could use them to attack religion, or more specifically and suspiciously, just Islam. It's also a huge strategic blunder, of course, since a lot of religions are institutionally biased against women. If you're interested in growing an atheist movement, you should really go to lengths to demonstrate that you are welcoming of women. Dawkins using his position at the head of the movement to so publicly and strangely attack a prominent feminist within the movement is very short-sighted and self-destructive, to say the least. Whether he meant to or not, with this comment and some of his other actions, he gave his seal of approval for the movement to add feminists to their list of targets. Now, if you listen to the anti-feminist communicators online, they say that feminism destroyed their skeptic new atheist movement, and they're right, it did. But while they mean that in the sense that feminism actively infiltrated and nefariously poisoned the movement, it's more true to say that they ran headfirst into feminism, bounced off it, and shattered apart. One problem was that many anti-feminist skeptics were used to arguing with soft targets. It's very easy to disprove, say, creationism by simply citing basic facts and evidence and so on. They were used to opponents who had a core pillar of their ideology be an easily disprovable falsehood, and it turns out nearly anyone can sound smart when they're arguing with easily disprovable falsehoods. There's a tendency for some people, and this definitely happened to Richard Dawkins, to get used to characterizing their ideological opponents as being on the side of irrationality, delusion, and subjective emotion, whereas science is supposedly driven by logic and objective rationality. And since I like science, that means I must be logical and rational and objective too, and therefore I don't think it sounds very likely for me to ever be wrong. Which is a flaw that is probably not going to be exposed when you're arguing with people who think the devil put dinosaur bones underground to trick us into doubting the Bible, but it might get you into trouble if you try to argue with anyone who isn't completely delusional. When it comes to feminism, for example, if we were to boil feminism down to just one core idea, it would be something like women are often treated unfairly compared to men in society, and that's just true. Or at the very least, it is a hell of a lot harder to argue with than someone who thinks the world is flat or whatever. The anti-feminist skeptics were used to first-round knockouts. They'd never really had to go the distance before, and they just simply couldn't hack it, to be honest. They ended up employing the same lazy arguments and mischaracterizations they were more used to seeing from people who they were arguing against. And of course, by relentlessly arguing with and criticizing women in the movement, most of whom were saying perfectly reasonable things, they were scaring away the ladies. They basically filtered their audiences down to men for whom their criticizing women was the main draw for them to be there, and so a lot of YouTube channels who got their start talking about religion and science ended up criticizing Anita Sarkeesian and wokeness for the next decade. The result of all this is that the movement steadily shed feminists, progressives, minorities, and anyone who was alright, and as a result it drifted to the right. The people who stuck around were more conservative and increasingly likely to be there for the anti-feminism. Anyway, apologies, we're supposed to be talking about the war on science today. I've explained how I think Richard Dawkins got here, but what is he actually here to say? Let's take a look at his essay. First of all, after his introduction, Dawkins spends a lot of time talking about Trofim Lysenko. Lysenko was a Soviet agriculturalist and scientist who rejected natural selection and gene theory in favor of his own pseudo-scientific views. But since Joseph Stalin liked him, Lysenko rose to a position of power, becoming director of the Institute of Genetics of the Soviet Academy of Sciences in 1940, and Lysenko used this position to suppress scientists with views that contradicted his own. Now why is Richard Dawkins talking about Trofim Lysenko, you might ask? And I quote, "But the still disturbing aspect of the Lysenko affair is not the now-dead bad science so much as the bossy, despotic manner with which it was put across, the elevation of politics over scientific truth, and the intolerance summarily displayed towards dissent. This brings me to the second of my specimens of science denial, the presumptuous elevation of personal feelings, in particular the hubristic assertion that the scientific reality of the sex of our birth can be overruled by human psychology and legislation." So Dawkins is using Lysenko as an example of a time that someone with incorrect views put politics before science and bossily insisted on their version of the truth. And he's doing this as the setup to the next section of his essay, where he's going to make the comparison to scientists and healthcare professionals who are advocates for trans rights. Before we talk about that, though, there is a problem with this Lysenko comparison. Unfortunately for Richard Dawkins and to the other writers in the book who talk about Lysenko, he's a very poor comparison to the sorts of things that they are criticising. They are trying to compare an authoritarian leader elevating a single individual with incorrect beliefs into an unearned position of power to a broad, decentralised, international social movement whose ideas they just happen to disagree with. It's a comparison which is as useless as saying, Lysenko was wrong, and I think you're wrong too. But the really big problem for this comparison is that Donald Trump recently won the presidential election again, and then he made an anti-vaccine conspiracy theorist the United States Secretary of Health, a situation which is so much closer to Stalin's promotion of Lysenko that it makes it look utterly ridiculous that anyone would subsequently aim that comparison at the left. Because this book is so incredibly out of date, a much better comparison to Lysenko came along, and they've missed it, making them look like partisan cowards who are too scared to criticize Donald Trump, which they might be, but of course the more important reason is that the bulk of this book was written years ago, and it's not relevant to anything that's happening now. Anyway, the next section of Richard Dawkins' essay is all about trans issues. Now, there are multiple essays in the book which are either wholly or in part about trans issues. Lawrence Krauss talks about them in his introduction, of course, but there's also gender-affirming care, the abandonment of medical and academic standards by Schwartz and Rousseau, a deafening silence, bioethics and gender-affirming healthcare by Byrne and Gorin. Carleen Gribble writes a piece about the, quote, desexing of language in women's healthcare. Biologist Jerry Coyne writes an essay which is very similar to Richard Dawkins' chapter, being largely about trans issues. Hang on, Jerry Coyne? That name sounds familiar. Did I say Jerry Coyne earlier today? Jerry Coyne. So you can throw the 3 extra allegations dug up by Jerry Coyne on top of the mountain of allegations. I did. Is this the Jerry Coyne? The Jerry Coyne who publicly disavowed Lawrence Krauss and said he engages in sexual misconduct and called his behaviour reprehensible? It is. What's he doing in Lawrence Krauss's book? What about the blog post where he said he disavows the man? Oh, he deleted that. Oops, that page can't be found. Except on the Internet Archive. Absolutely titanic display of integrity here from Mr. Jerry Coyne. Titanic in that it sank, I guess. Okay, anyway, so Jerry Coyne, like Richard Dawkins, is here primarily to be transphobic, a cause obviously of such importance that it's valid to throw all of your other principles out the window in aid of it. There's a lot of that going around. And we will talk about that transphobia in just a second, but first I need to introduce another character here, the person who writes the essay after Richard Dawkins in the book, and that is Alan Sokal. Lawrence Krauss introduces Alan Sokal in the following way. In 1996, the US mathematical physicist Alan Sokal published a famous spoof paper in the social science journal Social Text. The paper was entitled Transgressing the Boundaries Towards a Transformative Hermeneutics of Quantum Gravity. The paper made no sense scientifically, but his purpose at the time was to demonstrate how low the scholarly standards of postmodern scholarship in the humanities had become. Now, I have another confession to make here. Back around the time I was a big fan of Richard Dawkins, I thought the Sokal hoax, the event Krauss is referring to here, was genius. So let me explain that to you in the way that teenage Sean would have explained it to you. Okay, so back in the day, science was under attack by scheming postmodern philosophers who were trying to destroy the notion of objective truth. They were claiming that science is fake because it's impossible to ever really know anything for certain, but they were all talking rubbish. The papers they published were nonsense. They were just jealous of scientists because the scientists were so much smarter, and their jobs were more important, and their wives were so much younger. Enter Alan Sokal. Sokal sought to show up these pompous philosopher types by submitting a fake article to an important academic journal of social studies. Sokal wanted to test if the journal would publish an article, quote, liberally salted with nonsense if A, it sounded good, and B, it flattered the editor's ideological preconceptions. And of course, the silly Marxists at the Social Journal fell for his hoax hook, line, and sinker, and, thrilled to have an actual scientist agree with them, they rushed to publish his piece. Alan Sokal then revealed his hoax ended postmodernism forever and has been deservedly getting tugged off by a procession of crusty old scientists ever since. Now, unfortunately for teenage Sean, that story is a load of rubbish. Now, the channel Dr. Fatima has put out an excellent video about the Sokal affair titled The Physicist Who Tried to Debunk Postmodernism, and I will link that below in the description if you'd like to hear about all of this in more detail. I'll give you the short version here, though. Firstly, Social Text, the journal that Alan Sokal sent his hoax article to, was not an important peer-reviewed journal. It was a self-published journal at the time. Alongside academic work, it published opinion pieces and fiction pieces. Secondly, they didn't rush to publish the work of a scientist just because he supposedly agreed with them. They said the article wasn't their cup of tea and asked him to revise it and take out, quote, a good deal of the philosophical speculation, which is quite funny. And when Sokal refused, they didn't publish the piece. They sat on it until a later date when they put it out as part of a special issue on science studies. And when they did put it out, it was not as a celebration of famous scientist Alan Sokal agreeing with the editors of Social Text. They put it out as a non-peer-reviewed journal that publishes opinion pieces, saying, here's what Alan Sokal told us his opinion is. Honestly, for Social Text, it seems like publishing Sokal's piece was a good faith inclusion of an article by someone who they thought was a little bit strange. The problem with the Sokal affair is that if you're of a mind to think the hard sciences are the truth and the rest of academia is made up of jealous buffoons wasting their time, then it's a really good story, because, ironically, it flatters your existing ideological preconceptions. Those philosophers don't even know what they're talking about. They'll publish any old nonsense, and Sokal proved it. It turns out, though, that, again unfortunately for teenage Sean, certain popular science communicators had been shining me on a bit. Not just in the deceptive way they relayed the Sokal affair, but also in the way they presented the wider criticism and examination of the sciences that was increasingly happening at the time. They were only presenting the most extreme version of the least charitable interpretation of the opposing side of the argument. And if you only read their books, that's the only side you would see. The truth, though, is that flat denials of the existence of any possible objective reality were few and far between, and much more common were perfectly reasonable examinations of science as a social construct, one influenced by various social forces, economics, politics, culture, and so on. It's easy to present logical, rational arguments as to how economics, for instance, might influence scientific research. In our societies, scientists need to pay the bills, scientific institutions and experiments need funding, so there will always be a possibility of systemic bias in favour of the existing economic power structure, both in terms of what gets funding to be researched in the first place, and also what that research might find. Think tobacco companies paying scientists who were willing to discover, scientifically, that cigarettes were healthy for you. Now you can say, but that's not real science, that's a perversion of science, the scientific process twisted to a particular end by economic influences, which is of course the whole point, right? Science is not taking place in a bubble, it can be influenced by all sorts of things. For another example, we can think about the Sokal affair in comparison to another, much less famous academic hoax. This is Who's Afraid of Peer Review, and I'll just quote from the Wikipedia description here for brevity. Who's Afraid of Peer Review is an article written by science correspondent John Bohannon that describes his investigation of peer review among fee-charging open-access journals. Between January and August 2013, Bohannon submitted fake scientific papers to 304 journals owned by fee-charging open-access publishers. The papers, writes Bohannon, were designed with such grave and obvious scientific flaws that they should have been rejected immediately by editors and peer reviewers. But 60% of the journals accepted them. Bohannon used Python to create a scientific version of Mad Libs. The paper's template is Molecule X from lichen species Y inhibits the growth of cancer cell Z. He created a database of molecules, lichens, and cancer cells to substitute for X, Y, and Z. The data and conclusions were identical in every paper. The authors and their affiliations were also unique and fake. The papers all described the discovery of a new cancer drug extracted from a lichen, but the data did not support that conclusion, and the papers had intentionally obvious flaws. And more than 150 scientific journals accepted these fake papers. Now obviously, if a single fake paper being accepted by one not peer-reviewed social journal is supposed to inform us, as Lawrence Krauss put it, about how low the scholarly standards of postmodern scholarship in the humanities had become, what are we to say of more than 150 fake biology papers being accepted by scientific journals? This is what Sokal should have done, really, if he wanted to prove some point about the relative academic standards of the sciences versus the humanities. He should have done science. Submit a lot of fake papers to a lot of journals in various disciplines to test which of those disciplines, if any, are more likely to publish a fake paper. But he didn't do that. He got one single data point and then jumped straight to his conclusion. Now, I'll be the first to admit that sometimes certain philosophers, academics in the humanities and so on, do write and publish a load of old rubbish. But firstly, as we've seen, it is trivial to show similar examples of science journals publishing fake or flawed papers, and secondly, when a social journal publishes a paper full of philosophical nonsense, that's a funny water cooler story. But what about when a medical journal publishes a fraudulent scientific research paper? For instance, when The Lancet published a paper by Andrew Wakefield that falsely claimed links between vaccines and autism, that caused a major medical scandal, damaged the public's trust in vaccination programs, and directly led to a drop in the amount of people being vaccinated. This got people killed and injured. But it also probably got Andrew Wakefield a lot of citations, so that must mean he's actually a good scientist, I suppose. I will link to a very good video by Hbomberguy about that paper in this video's description if you would like to learn more about it. And I'd like to make one more point in response to the Sokal affair. In 2019, I made a video about The Bell Curve, a 1994 book by Richard Herrnstein and Charles Murray. I will link that below too, but I'll briefly run through a few points from that video that are relevant for us today. In 1937, some pro-Nazi eugenicists set up the Pioneer Fund, a white supremacist organization which had the aim of encouraging the propagation of those, quote, descended predominantly from white persons who settled in the original 13 states prior to the adoption of the Constitution. The Pioneer Fund distributed Nazi propaganda films to American high schools. By the way, when I say Nazi here, that's not me making some sort of personal moral judgment. I'm talking about the actual Nazi Party. They showed actual Nazi Party films in American high schools. The Pioneer Fund funded the launch of Mankind Quarterly, a racist pseudoscientific publication which was founded again by actual fascists and Nazi eugenicists. The Pioneer Fund also funded American Renaissance, a racist white nationalist publication founded and edited by a man called Jared Taylor. American Renaissance conferences are attended by neo-Nazis, white supremacists, Holocaust deniers, members of the KKK, and other such types. Racists, you know. Among the Pioneer Fund's leaders were J. Philippe Rushton, a widely discredited Canadian psychologist who had very strange ideas about different races' genitals that he sourced from pornography magazines. Another of the Pioneer Fund's leaders was widely discredited English psychologist and self-described racist Richard Lynn, infamous for trying to present incredibly biased and flawed test data collected in apartheid South Africa as a legitimate source to teach us about supposed racial differences. And the bell curve bases many of its conclusions about racial differences in IQ on Richard Lynn's terrible research. They cite him over and over again and talk about him in the text and thank him specifically in the acknowledgements. In the bell curve video, I said that Richard Lynn was still the head of the Pioneer Fund and alive, which he was at the time, but he has since died. He died a couple of years ago. Now, the point I want to make here is that all of these men were carrying out what they would call science. If you asked them, they would tell you they were hosting scientific conferences and publishing scientific papers in scientific journals. Richard Lynn could look at biased academic test data collected in a racially segregated state and claim that it supports a scientific conclusion about inherent racial differences. And both J. Philippe Rushton and Richard Lim were educated in some of the most prestigious academic institutions in the world. They had PhDs, they were professors who taught in universities. They just also happened to be racists who were willing to manipulate data to fit a racist worldview. Now, does all of this discredit biology, or psychology, or the study of genetics, because flawed or biased papers have been published in those disciplines? Of course not. If one bad paper is supposed to invalidate an entire field, what are we to do with the whole sordid history of scientific racism? Anyway, I want to move on now and talk about the transphobic parts of the book, but I thought it was important to first introduce Alan Sokal and what he is known for, because figures like Dawkins, Coyne, and Sokal see the wider scientific and healthcare community's acceptance of trans identities and understanding that sex and gender are not strict binaries as being rooted in that same postmodern Marxist philosophical movement that supposedly seeks to deny objective reality. Trans acceptance is a postmodernist trick to them, a way to smuggle a denial of reality into mainstream acceptance. And to start us off here, we'll quote from Sokal's essay, where he criticizes the editors of the journal Nature for insisting that, quote, sex as defined by gametes and chromosomes, the well-established biological understanding, has no foundation in science, that sex is more complex than male and female, and that the now outdated, according to them, biological view would undermine efforts to reduce discrimination against transgender people and those who do not fall into the binary categories of male or female. Now, I hate to start off with such a strong accusation, but Alan Sokal is lying here. He is quoting from a Nature editorial published on the 30th of October 2018 titled US Proposal for Defining Gender Has No Basis in Science. This editorial was posted in response to a Trump administration memo that was leaked to the New York Times. The Times reported on this memo by saying the Trump administration is considering narrowly defining gender as a biological immutable condition determined by genitalia at birth. Alan Sokal quoted Nature as saying, sex as defined by gametes and chromosomes has no foundation in science, but where he's quoting from is talking about gender being defined by genitals having no foundation in science, which is a very different thing. He also says that the, quote, now outdated, according to them, biological view would undermine efforts to reduce discrimination. But that is not the context of that quote at all. They aren't offering a general opinion on some supposed biological view of sex. They're talking about a specific political proposal undermining efforts to reduce discrimination. All of this context is excised by Sokal precisely because it would weaken his argument to include it. If you know that the Nature editorial is talking about gender in addition to sex, and that it's responding to a Trump administration proposal to change government policy, the quotes seem much more reasonable. Moving on, we saw Sokal there criticizing the Nature editorial for saying that sex is more complicated than male and female. And this is going to be important going forward, so let's ask, is human sex binary? Is there a way to classify sex as binary where every single person in human history falls into one category or the other? Now, to answer that question, we first need to clarify how we are judging someone to be one sex or the other. So let's go through that again once more for old time's sake. First up, genitals. If I have a penis and testicles and I lose them in an accident, would I cease to be a male? Would I become a female? No to both of those, obviously. But we can say that's an accident. What about the genitals you're born with? Is everyone on Earth born with clearly defined male or female genitals? And no, intersex people with ambiguous genitalia exist. You can have people who have genitals with a whole range of different characteristics, people who have both ovarian and testicular tissue. Every so often, doctors find that someone with a penis and testicles has ovaries and or a uterus inside them that they didn't know about. Just going by genitals, there's no clear binary here to sort those people into. Okay, so what about hormones? Well, hormone levels vary by individual. They fluctuate over time. Certain medical conditions can cause hormone levels to be well outside the norm. Hormone levels are also something an individual can influence themselves by taking particular hormones, so they obviously can't be used to draw a distinct binary. So what about chromosomes? Does everyone on Earth fall into one of two groups with regards to the chromosomes they have? And the answer there is no. Not everyone has either XX or XY chromosomes. Most people do, but not everyone. And it has to be everyone for it to be a binary classification. The problem I hope you can see here is that whatever sex classification you use, you run into problems when you attempt to make it strictly binary down to an individual level. But many of the authors in the War on Science do claim that human sex is strictly binary. So what categorization are they using? To quote Richard Dawkins, "I shall advocate instead what I shall call the universal biological definition based on gamete size. Gametes come in two radically different sizes, the phenomenon of anisogamy. Female gametes are very much larger than male gametes." Gametes are sex cells, by the way, so by female and male gametes, he's talking about egg cells and sperm cells. We've already seen Alan Sokal talk about gametes. This is the definition that Jerry Coyne uses as well. And the essay by Judith Sweeser and Aleph Sullivan says, "Females are the sex that produces large immobile gametes called ova. Males are the sex that produces small mobile gametes called sperm." So let's try out this classification of sex. Is this a binary? Well, firstly, we can see it shares many of the same problems with the genital classification, given the obvious connection between genitals and sex cells. Firstly, let's consider this definition. Males are the sex that produces small mobile gametes called sperm. Now, is a prepubescent male child a male by this definition? Let's say a male child is born, lives to be 5, say, and then dies for whatever reason. That's a sad story, eh? But what was that person? A male? Because he never produced a gamete in his whole life. So what are children here? Just some sort of sexless third category of person? In the same vein here, females are the sex that produces large immobile gametes called ova. So postmenopausal females are what here exactly? Because they're not producing gametes, so are they females, according to this definition? The problem with trying to use gamete production as a binary classification is that some people do not produce, or never have produced, or never will produce gametes. But Richard Dawkins attempts to account for this when he says, "Admittedly, not all individuals produce gametes at all or throughout their life. Worker bees are sterile females. We call them female because they have the potential to produce macrogametes. Every worker would have turned out as a queen if she'd been fed differently as a larva. That's potential. A human male baby or fetus has the potential to produce microgametes, for all that he doesn't produce any yet. An older woman remains female, though she has ceased to produce ova." So, this is interesting, isn't it? To bridge the gaps in the gamete binary here, we need to use potential. Individuals are being sorted into sex categories here, not according to what gametes they actually produce, but what gametes they may produce in the future, or have produced in the past, or that they could have produced in an alternate timeline of history where they were subject to different environmental conditions. So for instance, if you're someone who, because of a medical condition, does not produce gametes at all and never will, we can still use gametes in order to sort you into a binary sex category by simply imagining an alternate universe in which you did not have that medical condition and did produce gametes, and then we copy-paste your sex from that alternate timeline onto this one. That's simple, eh? So our imaginary 5-year-old male who died is a male not because of any characteristics he possesses at the time, but because in an alternate reality where he did not die, at some point in the future he could have gone through puberty and produced gametes. So gametes transcend time, causality, and the barrier between life and death, I suppose. Jerry Coyne opts for a simpler definition and simply says that your body is designed to make larger mobile gametes, or your body is designed to make small and mobile gametes. Now, designed is an interesting choice of word there. Designed by who? And what does this mean for people who do not produce gametes? Are they still designed to do it, even though they don't? I hesitate to say it, but we're beginning to sound a little like creationists now. God made us into men and women, and that's the way things are supposed to be. It is strange to criticise Dawkins and Coyne over this. They are biologists and famous critics of intelligent design, but they write here about biological processes as if they are God and have a will and are attempting to do particular things. Biology is trying to design people to produce gametes, and if it produces a person who does not produce gametes, then that is a failure that we can ignore because it falls outside the norm. This is particularly frustrating because the occurrence of random genetic mutations that produce different sorts of biological beings is the engine of the evolutionary process. You would expect Dawkins and Coyne to understand this. Why are we considering the process of gamete production to be a biological design, but random mutations that might produce people who do not make gametes, that process does not count as a biological design? What is it then? Trying to so strictly define groups and cross out anything that falls outside of those groups as a mistake, that feels like a creationist denial of evolution to me. Regardless, we have introduced their standard for biological sex, the gamete binary. But hang on, you might say, what about intersex people? They still exist, right? How do intersex people fit into this binary? Richard Dawkins says, non-binary advocates are very fond of intersexes, and they often quote a figure of 1.7% as the frequency of intersexes in the human population. Even if that figure were true, it's still a remarkably low percentage on which to build an ideology. Now, I have to pause here and get mildly frustrated. It's a remarkably low percentage, is it? Not many intersex people around, relatively, are there, compared to the majority. Now, here's the thing. Binary means there's two mutually exclusive things. There's just two, and that's it. Ever. Binary code is called that because it's made of just ones and zeros, and that's all. Just those two. That is all you get. You never get one of anything else. Dawkins goes on to doubt this 1.7% figure he cited and supports a lower estimate of less than 0.1% of the population being intersex. But listen, Richard, for the purposes of categorizing individual humans by sex, it does not matter how many intersex people there are. It would not matter if there had only been a single intersex person in the whole history of the world. It would not matter if you lined up 100,000 quadrillion people and every single one of them except one fell neatly into one of two categories. That's not binary, because binary means there's only two things. I was losing my mind reading this book. Coyne does it too. He says, sex in humans is not a discrete and binary distribution of males and females, but a spectrum. This statement, one of the most common political distortions of biology, is wrong because nearly every human on Earth falls into one of two distinct categories. Nearly every human falls into one of two categories. Now that's not binary. If not everyone falls into one of two categories, that's not binary. If we're categorizing people according to which of two gametes they produce, and there's ever been anyone who produces neither, or there's ever been anyone who produces both, which there has been, by the way, that's your binary system shafted. The problem here is that Dawkins and Coyne want to be able to sort individuals into two binary sex categories, and so they're attempting to use a sexual binary, gamete size, in order to do that, even though it doesn't actually apply in many cases on an individual level. Microgametes and macrogametes is a binary categorization, but how gamete production manifests in individual humans, or if it manifests at all, is not a binary. And the individual level is what is important here, of course. Dawkins and Coyne are saying all of this in the context of talking about trans rights, which are important on an individual level. You can say males produce microgametes and females produce macrogametes, and that is generally true. It's a useful general categorization, but on an individual level, it is not true. It is a false statement, and we can't start basing human rights on it. When we're classifying humans, we can't just go off what is generally true, otherwise we'd say things like, humans walk on two legs, which again is generally true. It's a useful general statement. The majority of humans do walk on two legs, but not everyone does. Not everyone walks, not everyone has 2 legs, but they are still humans. We can't take the general statement to be a universal individual truth. And if you attempt to tie all observed sexual characteristics back to this division of gametes, you pretty quickly end up sounding rather silly. Dawkins, for instance, says, if you define females as macrogamete producers and males as microgamete producers, you can immediately account for the following facts. 1. In mammals, it's the females that gestate the young and secrete milk. Now, first of all here, I'll say that Dawkins has already put his finger on the scale by saying in mammals. He can't say in animals, because then the species of fish where the males get pregnant would make this statement untrue. Even so, there are several mammal species in which we do see paternal lactation. The Dyak fruit bat, the lesser short-nosed fruit bat, the Bismarck masked flying fox. Mainly flying mammals, it seems to be. I wonder why that is. I've not got a clue, but it's interesting. 2. In those bird species where only one sex incubate the eggs, or only one sex feeds the young, it's nearly always the females. So there's a couple of things to say about this one. Firstly, Dawkins can't just say female birds incubate the eggs, because a lot of bird species share the incubation of their eggs, so he has to again put his finger on the scale by saying where only one sex incubates the eggs. But even then, he still has to say it's nearly always the females, because of course sometimes it is just the males who incubate the eggs. For example, male emperor penguins incubate their eggs. We see Dawkins leaning on these qualifiers over and over. Nearly always, usually, more common. This does not sound like a very strict binary, does it? Where one sex is larger than the other, it is usually the males. Usually, except, of course, for a lot of species of fish, and spiders, and whales, and hyenas, and bats, and snakes, and birds of prey, and rabbits, manatees, some turtles, and many insects. But except for those species, and some others, males are usually larger, so it's a binary, apparently. Before we move on from this list, I want to highlight something. Dawkins makes the claims here that males are larger, males are more prone to fighting over possession of the other sex, males are more prone to forcing the other sex into copulation, and as I said, he's talking about all of this in the context of criticizing trans rights. He claims that believing trans women are women, for instance, can, quote, infringe on the rights of other people, especially women. It logically entails the right to enter women's sporting events, women's changing rooms, women's prisons, and so on. So since males are often larger and potentially violent, or even sexually violent, of course it's logical for females to perhaps feel uncomfortable encountering a male they do not know in close proximity in an enclosed space. Unless, of course, that space is an elevator, in which case she's just being hysterical and she should zip it. Yes, that's right, sound the contradiction alarm, we got one. Richard Dawkins thinks that males, by which he means trans women, are sort of inherently threatening, and thus it makes sense for cis women to be afraid of them just minding their own business, existing in a place. But Richard Dawkins also thinks that males, by which he means nice scientists like me, are harmless and they should get to actively proposition whichever woman they like in whatever context they like without complaint. Back to this list, while I'll say that I think Richard Dawkins sounds very silly attempting to evidence his strict sexual binary with a list of usuallys and more oftens, the other option is to omit the qualifiers and sound more confident at the expense of just being wrong. For instance, Jerry Coyne says things such as, "This puts the burden of parental care on females." Not "this often puts the majority of the burden of parental care on females," just a straightforward declarative sentence there. The burden of parental care is on females. He also talks about the colour, ornamentation, and weapons of males compared to their absence in females, a difference seen in species such as deer, birds. Now, I'll stop you there. The Eurasian dotterel is a species of bird where the females are more colourful than the males, and the males incubate the eggs. Likewise, the three phalarope species are birds where the females are larger and more colourful than the males, and the females actually pursue and fight over males. They also engage in polyandry, where one female will take multiple male mates, and the males perform the incubation and the chick care. You see, the problem with just saying the colour, ornamentation, and weapons of males compared to their absence in females is that this is just often the case, but it isn't always. The world is more varied than your imposed binaries. There are more things in heaven and earth, Jerry Coyne, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Now you might notice that we've mainly been talking about sex rather than gender here. I can only speculate, but I imagine the authors in the book like Dawkins and Coyne feel it's easier for them to win the sex argument rather than the gender argument, so they seem much less keen to talk about it. When they do talk about it though, it's clear that they are either incredibly unfamiliar with what they're talking about, or they're pretending to be. Not that I'm some expert or anything, but they are literally decades out of touch with current medical understanding. For example here, let's quote Richard Dawkins. Gender. A watered-down version of this ideology concedes that sex may be binary, but gender is not. The word gender enters the discourse, trailing clouds of confusion. Does it really? For you, maybe. Dawkins is engaging with the idea of gender here as if it is solely a lesser version of this perceived postmodernist attack on science he's been talking about. And when he gets into it, his understanding of gender is overly medicalized and out of date and just embarrassing to read. For example, a feeling of being in a body of the wrong sex seems to be a real psychological condition. Such dysphorics can feel genuine distress. When anorexics look in the mirror, they see an emaciated body that they think is too fat. Gender dysphorics look in the mirror and see the wrong genitals. Now, firstly here, it seems like Dawkins has an overly simplistic view of anorexia for a start, but even setting that aside, this comparison doesn't make any sense. Dawkins is trying to compare someone looking into a mirror and seeing something different to reality and feeling distress about that, to someone looking into a mirror and accurately seeing reality and feeling distress about that. Also, he's very focused on genitals, of course, but gender dysphoria does not have to include a dissatisfaction with one's genitals. A trans person could be perfectly content with their genitals but feel dysphoria related to other things about their body. Or they could be perfectly content with their body but feel dysphoria related to behavior or social interaction or any number of other things. Also, not all trans people say they experience dysphoria, and many do not consider dysphoria to be a prerequisite for being trans. Dawkins could know all of this, of course, but he's choosing not to. Before we move on, I'll say we can get so caught up in arguing the definition of words like binary and talking about the difference between sex and gender that we can overlook what the actual problem is supposed to be here for the authors in the War on Science. Personally, I don't see at all how the acknowledgement that not everyone fits neatly into one of two boxes harms our ability to talk about or teach people about gametes or chromosomes or any other sexual characteristics. You can say sex is generally this or that, but remember that whatever classification we use, it won't account for all people everywhere. That sounds okay, right? What's wrong with that? What is the actual, practical issue supposed to be here? Where is the threat to science? Let's try to find that threat to science now by focusing on a particular example of how this apparently dangerous ideology is supposed to manifest in a harmful way. Let's talk about Carleen Gribble's chapter. Lawrence Krauss introduces Carleen Gribble by saying, Carleen Gribble explores the implications of the desexing of language in women's healthcare, such as replacing women with terms such as people who menstruate, and so on. Gribble's chapter is The Desexing of Language in Women's Health Research and Care, a story of marginalization of science, cultural imperialism, and abuse of power, a rather dramatic title there. To start here, Krauss in his introduction says, replacing women with terms such as people who menstruate. The implication being here that women and people who menstruate are synonymous, but is that the case? Firstly, and quite obviously, not all women menstruate, do they? For instance, postmenopausal women do not menstruate, but they're still women. Women who've had certain medical procedures, hysterectomies and so on might not menstruate. Some women who have certain medical conditions or who take certain medications might not menstruate, but they don't stop being women because of that, do they? Likewise, not everyone who menstruates is a woman. Some 10-year-old girls menstruate, but they are not women legally. And these legal definitions matter, especially when you're talking about healthcare. Giving inaccurate medical advice can hurt people, make people sick, and then, even worse, they can sue you. As an example here, let's say that you're a healthcare professional and you need to communicate with the public that all people who menstruate need to do a particular thing. Avoid a certain product, come in for a test, whatever. But you don't want to say people who menstruate because you think that's erasing women in language, so instead you just say women. Now, what's going to happen there? Well, you have not properly communicated with the group you were targeting. You're going to get 70-year-old women turning up for tests they don't need, 12-year-old girls not turning up for tests they do need, and so on. Now, I haven't even mentioned trans people yet, you will notice. Even before we get to trans people, these sorts of complaints do not make sense to me. Of course, these language issues are made by conservatives and bigots into a culture war battle and blamed on trans people, but to me it's always seemed that it's more about not publishing inaccurate medical information. But yes, of course, some non-binary people will menstruate, some trans people who are not women will menstruate, some intersex people who are not women will menstruate. So for those reasons, as well as the reasons we listed before, you may as well just use the more accurate term. With that said, let's check out an example of the desexing of language that Carleen Gribble mentions in her essay. Let's see how it works in practice. As an aside here, Gribble's chapter is an example of very bad academic essay writing, by the way. We have to slog through page after page of dry documentation of these sorts of language changes occurring before she finally lets us in on why she thinks any of it is supposed to matter at all. Anyway, the example I want to focus on concerns evolutionary biologist Natalie Dinsdale, and I quote, "Natalie Dinsdale was repeatedly requested by her university ethics committee to desex the language of her study on female reproductive anatomy and function, Dinsdale 2023. Over 3 rounds of revision, the ethics committee questioned the use of women and female in study materials, while Dr. Dinsdale defended her use of sexed language. In the final revision request, the direction was to remove the references to women, which was rejected by Dr. Dinsdale, who informed the ethics committee their requests were inappropriate, and the study was finally approved. Now this is a load of rubbish, and I know that because Natalie Dinsdale documented this exchange on her blog, so let's read that. In March, I submitted the first draft of an ethics application to conduct a study that will mostly occur online. Women will be invited to measure different parts of their bodies, including their genitalia, which is relevant, answer questions about their medical history, personality, menstrual cycles, and perform a few cognitive tests that involve spatial and social reasoning. However, the ethics board repeatedly took issue with my choice of language in describing my study population, women. Then she gives Dr. Gribble a shout out and goes on to describe her exchange with the ethics board. Ethics Board, please ensure that it is clear in the recruitment and consent form that you're recruiting biological female participants. My response: all relevant documents state we are recruiting females for this project. Female is the term that describes members belonging to the sex class that produces eggs and gestates offspring, brackets, also called women. Biological female is redundant. There is no such thing as non-biological females. Females is clear and precise terminology for this project. You can probably tell how the rest of this conversation is going to go, right? Ethics Board. The reviewers noted that the term biological female is used by the study team several times in this application. The social media recruitment uses biological female and it's in the application form. Now, I have no idea why Dinsdale would include this message in her transcript of the conversation, by the way. Like, she just said biological female is redundant, and the ethics board totally dunks on her by saying, well, you used it several times. I would have left this bit out personally. Anyway, the terms female and woman are used in the poster recruitment, but do not make it clear that they're intending to recruit individuals with typical female external genitalia. This may not be true for all individuals who identify as female/woman. My response: thank you for drawing my attention to where I have used redundant language. I have revised these places in my application. Oof. The language in the recruitment materials and study forms is now clear and consistent in the use of the term female. We are not recruiting people with typical female external genitalia, we are recruiting females. We respectfully point out that female is not an identity, but rather an objective and verifiable state. Ethics Board. There is continued concerns around the terminology used in the study. You state you are using female to describe the participants, but throughout the online document and even in the title of the study, the term used is women. There is still one use of the term women in the consent document. Given the nature of the research question, the distinction here is important. It's clear that you're planning to recruit females, but this isn't clear based on the study details, which consistently refers to women, without acknowledging that not all individuals who identify as women would qualify for the study. The Ethics Board then goes on to bring up the point I mentioned earlier, that if you're not clear about what group you're actually targeting, you might end up with people applying to the study who are not actually eligible for the study. You can feel the Ethics Board starting to get quite a bit frustrated with Dinsdale here. You know, if you mean women, just say women. But if you mean something other than women, then say that instead. Stop wasting everyone's time by trying to make some point by using a bunch of different terms interchangeably. My response: your concern that people who do not qualify for the study might contact us to participate is noted. All materials visible to prospective participants, recruitment materials and consent forms now only say female. We revised the one place in the consent from where women was used in describing the study aims. To clarify the other documents for your team, we've now updated the application and the attached ethics validation form to include a definition of women, adult human females, used in this project. So she's backed down a bit and changed some of the language to just say females, but is refusing to change some other instances of the word woman inside the project. Like, how tedious. Instead of just changing the other instances of the word woman, she opts instead to include an explanatory note clarifying that when she says woman in the project, she means female. And then the Ethics Board asks her to also change the other instances, and she says no. She goes on to say that when I received the most recent requested revisions, I was livid. Thankfully, I'd spent the morning relaxing on my favourite tree, so I was calm and collected when I received the feedback. I don't know why I find that funny. Is she an elf? Then after another round of revisions, her project was accepted. Now here's the problem with this story. Gribble says, over 3 rounds of revision, the ethics committee questioned the use of woman and female in study materials. Gribble is trying to imply here that the ethics committee was questioning the use of the words women and female at all, which is not the case. They took issue with the inconsistent use of those words. I think it's worth asking, what actually happened here? Someone had to append a note to their study they wrote, clarifying what some of the language in the study meant, and then the study was approved. It's hardly the climax to 1984, is it? The Fort Police kick the door in and ask for a language clarification. It's a repeated theme in the book where the first few pages of an essay imply whichever minor workplace quibble the author has to be of some monumental society-shaking importance, and then you get to the actual consequences and it's something like, I had to have an annoying email exchange with the ethics committee, which, I mean, that's just you complaining about your job, I'm afraid. That doesn't matter at all to society. I remain unmoved that any of this is a real problem, much less some sort of grave threat to science, especially considered in the context of everything that Donald Trump's administration has been doing. The idea that acknowledging not everyone easily fits into a sex or gender binary is supposed to be some thin end of the wedge designed to destroy science with denials of reality just sounds like a wild conspiracy theory. To Dawkins and Coyne and the others hung up on these binaries, I will say that you should consider an alternate possibility. That you are out of step with modern scientific and medical understanding not because those institutions have been captured by Stalinist infiltrators, but simply because the people there disagree with you, possibly even that they disagree with you because you are wrong. Anyway, I'm going to move on now and talk about the parts of the book that talk about race. Now, if you're a cancelled scientist or science communicator drifting to the right, making common cause with other such cancelled scientists and communicators, you will eventually bump into scientific racists and eugenicists. people who use pseudoscience to sort groups of people into inherent hierarchies of worth and ability, and we'll have cause to talk about a fair amount of that later on. For now, though, we'll start with arguably the least racist chapter concerning race in the book, which is about blackface. So that should tell you how bad things get going forward. This chapter is written by a professor of social and natural science at Yale University called Nicholas Christakis. Krauss introduces Christakis by saying, Nicholas Christakis, whose own work spans social science, biology, statistics, and public health, describes in extracts from an interview he did with Sam Harris both his general deeply considered views about free expression at universities as well as his own less than optimal experience at Yale. So what happened to Nicholas Christakis at Yale? Well, back in October of 2015, in the run-up to Halloween, Yale's admin sent an email to the student body informing them of upcoming Halloween events. A costume ball, a cemetery tour, things like that. But the email goes on to say, however, Halloween is also unfortunately a time when the normal thoughtfulness and sensitivity of most Yale students can sometimes be forgotten, and some poor decisions can be made, including wearing feathered headdresses, turbans, wearing war paint or modifying skin tone, or wearing blackface or redface. These same issues and examples of cultural appropriation and/or misrepresentation are increasingly surfacing with representations of Asians and Latinos. Yale is a community that values free expression as well as inclusivity, and while students, undergraduate and graduate, definitely have a right to express themselves, we would hope that people would actively avoid those circumstances that threaten our sense of community or disrespects, alienates or ridicules segments of our population based on race, nationality, religious belief or gender expression. They go on to give some more examples of ways costumes could be disrespectful or offensive, and then they say, we are one Yale, and the actions of one affect us all. So in whatever fashion you choose to participate in Halloween activities, we encourage everyone to be safe and thoughtful during your celebration. So they've sent an email saying, please think a bit before you dress up as a racist stereotype for Halloween. Now, again, if you're a somewhat sensible person, you're probably wondering how this story could possibly go anywhere else, right? Who's going to get upset about the university asking students not to black up on campus? Well, on the 30th of October 2015, the day before Halloween, Erica Christakis, wife of Nicholas Christakis and also then a teacher at Yale University, responded to the email with an email of her own that was sent to the entire student body of the Yale College that she was a part of. And let me read you some quotes from that email. Nicholas and I have heard from a number of students who were frustrated by the mass email sent to the student body about appropriate Halloween wear. I've always found Halloween an interesting embodiment of more general adult worries about young people. As some of you may be aware, I teach a class on the concept of the problem child, and I was speaking with some of my students yesterday about the ways in which Halloween, traditionally a day of subversion for children and young people, is also an occasion for adults to exert their control. As a former preschool teacher, for example, it's hard for me to give credence to a claim that there's something objectionably appropriative about a blonde-haired child's wanting to be Milan for a day. Pretend play is the foundation of most cognitive tasks, and it seems to me that we want to be in the business of encouraging the exercise of imagination, not constraining it. Is there no room anymore for a child or young person to be a little bit obnoxious, a little bit inappropriate or provocative, or yes, racist? Sorry, I mean offensive? American universities were once a safe space not only for maturation but also for a certain regressive or even transgressive experience. Increasingly, it seems, they have become places of censure and prohibition. And the censure and prohibition come from above, not from yourselves. Are we all okay with this transfer of power? Have we lost faith in young people's capacity, in your capacity, to exercise self-censure through social norming, and also in your capacity to ignore or reject things that trouble you? Nicholas says if you don't like a costume someone's wearing, look away, or tell them you're offended. Talk to each other. Free speech and the ability to tolerate offense are hallmarks of a free and open society. So I have a few things to say about this. Firstly, this seems to be an example of an academic who knows a lot about one particular thing, and that's the end of that sentence. Erica Christakis is seeing all of this through the lens of her particular area of expertise, which is early childhood development and psychology. But obviously, and this should go without saying, an 8-year-old white girl who wants to dress up as Disney's Mulan or Pocahontas or whatever is very different from an adult at university wearing blackface, which is what we're actually talking about. That is not an example of childhood pretend play. That is a racial caricature that is widely considered by the society the students live in to be racist, making it a racist thing to do. Erica Christakis, though, doesn't directly talk about blackface in her email. It seems like she'd rather be talking about free expression, cultural appropriation, and how those things should be considered in the context of childhood imaginative play. And so she's responding as though cultural appropriation was all the email from the Yale admin was about. But it wasn't, was it? It was also about blackface and other racist caricatures, which means that when you're responding to it, that is what you're talking about, regardless of whether or not you want to. Before we get too far away from this email here, I have to mention that at one point she says, "Why do we dress up on Halloween anyway? Should we start explaining that too? I've always been a good mimic, and I enjoy accents." I am simultaneously intrigued and filled with dread at the implications of that one. Which accents does she do? The other funny thing here is that I like to imagine she didn't talk this email through with her husband, Nicholas Christakis, and unbeknownst to him, dumped him right in it by quoting him saying something completely ridiculous and then emailing it to the entire student body. But I just think that's funny. I have no idea if that's true. In the section of The War on Science where Nicholas Christakis relays this email exchange and the subsequent fallout, he begins by saying that there had been, to my knowledge, no episodes of students wearing blackface at Yale or pushing the boundaries in such an extreme way in the past 10 years. Nevertheless, this email was sent out and it was subsequently very strongly endorsed by the Dean of Yale College. So, okay, this email was sent in 2015, so 10 years prior would be 2005. Let's do a search on the Yale Daily News website for the word blackface. White Yaleys in blackface reveal racism on campus. This is from 2007 there. Happily walking around in our respective Halloween costumes during this week's festivities, we were mortified to see several white people whose costumes included blackface. They sought to mimic various black figures and decided that in addition to their garments and props, painting their faces jet black was a great way to complete their costumes. And we can find some other articles. I donned blackface as part of my costume. Blackface offendees should understand their framework for interpretation is not the only one. Anti-blackface columnists lacked rational argument, so we've got people taking issue with the articles criticizing blackface. There's also emails reported going out asking students to avoid blackface back in 2008. There's an article titled "Yale Professors Discuss Cultural Basis of Hatred," which says, in November, dining hall workers discovered racially inflammatory graffiti spray-painted on a wall outside Pearson College. Someone had spray-painted N-word school on the building. That incident, paired with allegations that some students wore blackface costumes on Halloween, prompted an outcry on campus and a rally and vigil. You see, there's a history of not just students doing blackface at Yale, but there's a history of racist incidents in general at Yale. For instance, in 2015, the year in question here, 2 days before Erica Christakis sent her email, at a Halloween party, this happened. Yale frats' Halloween party allegedly refused to admit minority women. Students accused Sigma Alpha Epsilon of making racist remarks while rejecting women of color from house party in favor of white women. Some questioned why the fraternity was allowed to throw the party. The fraternity has been banned from campus activities until 2016 for violating the university's sexual misconduct policy. Real charmers, that lot. So this is the environment into which Erica Christakis decided to release her husband's advice to just ignore offensive racism you see on campus. And subsequently they were inevitably criticised and called racist, and there were news stories about it and calls for their dismissal and so on. It was a whole thing. Now, for what it's worth, from the things I've seen them say, I don't think Nicholas or Erica Christakis are motivated by some conscious racial hatred. I think they are being racist, to be clear, but that's seemingly stemming from the fact that they're very ignorant, is the word I'd say, to avoid saying something mean. Being as fair as I can to them, they seem to be beholden to a false idea, which is one we see over and over again in this book, which is that of the university as a place disconnected from the rest of society, where people should be free to say and argue anything they like. The rest of the world might get up in arms about bigotry, politics, racism, religion, or whatever else, but here in our ivory tower, we're above that sort of thing. We are academics, we are philosophers, and we discuss everything neutrally and philosophically and academically. Now, of course, a lot of bigots use this framework solely to advance their bigotry, but Mr. and Mrs. Christakis appear to be genuine believers in it. Everyone has an equal voice in our magical wizard city cloistered from the outside world, where we discuss ideas as if they're completely untethered from reality. And this point of view gives rise to them saying things that are completely untethered from reality. For example, if you're a black student and you see the white members of a fraternity dressed in blackface and acting like racist stereotypes, and that offends you, you should just look away. Which, for that to be offered as genuine advice, is ridiculous, right? It's so sheltered and naive that I confess to finding it almost sweet in a way. The world would be a lot simpler if that was how things worked, wouldn't it? But it's not. So for Mr. and Mrs. Christakis here, I will do you both a favour and offer you 2 free belated bites of the reality sandwich. Now, you were both old enough that when you went through university, we didn't have social media and we didn't have smartphone cameras. Back in your day, the idea of the university as this sequestered, sheltered place was more true than it is now. But these days, if a fraternity decides to do blackface for like an offensive party they're throwing or something, people will take pictures of it and it will be posted on social media and it will make the news. And that will make the university look bad. And the university doesn't want to look bad because it isn't actually disconnected from society. Universities, more so than ever, have to be concerned about their public image. They want to attract funding, they want to attract the best staff, they want to attract the best students, sometimes wealthy foreign students, maybe from places they don't want the white American students making fun of. For a variety of financial reasons, their reputation is very important, and it's never been easier for a random member of the student body to do something that harms that reputation. The Yale admin sent that email not to crack down on freedom of expression or stifle free speech. They sent it because they don't want to be fielding questions from journalists asking why there are students walking around on campus dressed as racial caricatures. They don't want controversial press coverage. But that's too complicated for you two to understand clearly because you went and became the controversial news story yourselves. And yes, subsequently the university was hesitant to defend you against criticisms you were receiving, but that's got nothing to do with freedom of expression or your ideas about freedom of speech. It's that the university exists in a socio-economic reality where they have to weigh the benefits of supporting you two clowns against the inevitable reputational hit they would take from putting out a statement in defense of the blackface professors. Because ultimately that is what the conversation was about. Really, I think the problem is that the Christakises went off half-cocked here. They picked entirely the wrong time and situation to try to make the point they wanted to make. They acted like the university email was some sort of dictatorial decree, when it wasn't, it was just a polite advisory note. They acted like the email was solely concerned with potential cultural appropriation and not outright racist caricatures like blackface. And they did this apparently ignorant of Yale's problems with racism and blackface on campus in the past. Before we move on, I want to make a note of the various arguments in favour of defending free speech that we've seen in this chapter, ill-timed and ill-applied though they were. There should be no censorship of ideas on campus. Freedom of expression is the cornerstone of a free society. You can't have people going around worried they're going to get fired or cancel cultured just for speaking an opinion. And to quote Nicholas Christakis, I think all of us together need to work to create a culture of open discourse, certainly within our universities and hopefully in the broader society. So keeping all of those pro-free speech arguments in mind, I want to move on and talk about another essay from the same section of the book as Nicholas Christakis's. His essay is found in section 1, Free Speech, Victimhood and Ideology, and the other essay I want to talk about in this section is The Two Universities Redux by Abigail Thompson. So this essay starts out by declaring that two universities coexist on campuses across America. These two universities are Knowledge U. These are the good guys, they're clever, they're apolitical, they do science and maths and that. The other university is Dogma U, and these are the baddies. They're political, they do activism, and they have the red laser swords. Thompson then goes on to apply this childish sorting hat morality to actual real-world events, something which comes across as very crass, I must say. For example, the reaction on campus to the Hamas massacre of October 7th, 2023 revealed the depth of the Dogma U corruption. Yes, this is a complaining about anti-Zionism on campus essay, and we know the routine here, don't we? Claiming that there's rampant anti-Semitism, but then citing examples of anti-Zionism. Ironically, this conflation of Judaism with a genocidal state is itself extremely anti-Semitic. The one actual example of anti-Semitism offered here is a December 2023 Harvard-Harris poll, and I quote, "And then we get to frank anti-Semitism. 67% of 18 to 24-year-olds think that Jews as a class are oppressors and should be treated as oppressors." Now, let me start here by saying that anti-Semitism is obviously wrong and awful and should be treated very seriously, and any rise in anti-Semitism, either on university campuses or in a particular age group, should also be treated very seriously. That said, this survey does not show that. This survey has several glaring design flaws which unfortunately, or fortunately in this case I suppose, mean we cannot take its results seriously. For example, if we read the other questions in the survey, we see some extremely confusing results. Of that 18 to 24-year-old age group, a majority believe that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, and a majority believe that Israel is trying to avoid civilian casualties in Gaza. A majority believe that Hamas should be removed from power in Gaza, but a majority also believe that Israel should be surrendered to Hamas. And a majority also believe Israel has a right to exist as the homeland of the Jewish people. That's an interesting crossover of opinions there, isn't it? I haven't met anyone who thinks all those things before. Hamas should lose power in Gaza, take over Israel, and then run it as a Jewish state. That would be a very bizarre sequence of events. So where are these confusing results coming from? Well, firstly, this questionnaire is flawed because there is no way to express ignorance. If you're not interested in politics or current events, you are frankly in no position to offer an opinion on whether, for instance, Hamas is acting alone or with the support of Iran. Because you don't have a clue either way, do you? But since there's no option to say, I do not know, the data is being muddied by all the people who are just clicking at random on one of the only two available options, so they can get to the end of the questionnaire and be given a gift card or whatever. The question itself is also flawed. It asks about multiple different things at the same time. It talks about Jews as a class, which is an odd concept. It contains words like oppressors and ideology, which are going to be confusing to people who don't know much about politics. But of course, they're still forced to pick one of the only two available options. So again, not that anti-Semitism is not a problem, because it is, but the extreme and bizarre results reported by this survey are thankfully nonsense. Even though they are nonsense though, I want to talk about how Thompson uses them. She says that, quote, "One might think these appalling results represent a failure of higher education. In fact, they represent dogma U succeeding as knowledge U retreats." Now, even if the survey results were accurate, why on earth would you draw this conclusion? This survey wasn't conducted on college campuses, it was a general poll of registered voters. Why would a rise in anti-Semitism in society necessarily have to be occurring because of the actions of some progressive lefty college professors? What about potential anti-Semitism originating from elsewhere in society, or elsewhere on the political spectrum? Now, I'd need to check my history books, but I'm fairly sure I remember a few examples of right-wing anti-Semitism. For example, in November of 2023, just prior to that Harvard-Harris poll being published, Elon Musk, shown here doing a Hitler salute, responded, "You have said the actual truth," to an account which stated that Jewish communities push hatred against white people. Sorry, that's Jewish communities push hatred against white people. Elon Musk is a billionaire and the owner of one of the world's largest communication platforms, and he regularly shares bigoted, racist, anti-Semitic ideas. I'm not sure why we'd be ascribing any potential rise in anti-Semitism to college campus protests and not people on the right like Elon Musk and his supporters. Anyway, Abigail Thompson is sick of all these Dogma U faculty and students saying things that she dislikes. So what is her proposed solution? Can anything be done? The first step is for members and advocates of Knowledge U to acknowledge that there is a significant problem currently being manifested as virulent anti-Semitism. The next is to understand that the problem is systemic. Too many activists pretending to be scholars are tenured, and too great a proportion of the administration views their role as supporting them. Changing this trajectory of decline is a daunting task. We must dismantle DEI bureaucracies, eliminate or reform politicized departments, significantly reduce the size of university administrations, and vigorously defend free speech and academic freedom, all simultaneously. We need to point out clearly that departments focused on social justice activism are not legitimate participants in academia any more than departments of astrology, witchcraft, or homeopathy. Now then, you've probably already seen the problem here, right? We need to defend free speech and academic freedom, while firing people and eliminating entire departments for saying things that we don't like. Thompson calls this a daunting task, as if it's just difficult to do, instead of something that's fundamentally contradictory. This essay is hypocritical in the exact same way that many supposed free speech advocates are hypocritical, which is when they say free speech, they mean what they consider free speech, and anything else gets classified differently. Of course, I support academic freedom, but those departments I subjectively consider to be politicized are not legitimate participants in academia, so they should be eliminated. That sort of thing. Now, while this essay is hypocritical all by itself, it is a very strange inclusion in the war on science, especially placed in the same section of the book as the essay we just talked about concerning blackface. In that case, the advice for people who saw things that offended them on campus was, just look away, it's just freedom of expression. Why is that advice not applied here? If you see campus protesters call Israel a colonial state, or criticize the IDF, or say that Zionism is bad, and any of that offends you, just ignore it, right? It's their freedom of expression, surely, but no, here, whole departments have to be dismantled. Now, this is a double standard so obvious that I don't think I need to keep going on about it, really. I'll just say that it makes it very obvious that it's not really about free speech, it's not really about being apolitical. It's about supporting the speech they like and the politics they like, and suppressing the kinds they don't. I'd like to move on now and talk about Amy Wax. Amy Wax is a law professor at the University of Pennsylvania Law School, and she writes the essay DEI in Science and Medicine, Missing Metrics and Measures, and she writes that alongside her husband Roger Cohen. And I have one or two things I'd like to say about Amy Wax. Firstly, though, I'm going to take a while to read selections of a letter sent in June of 2022 by the Dean of Penn Law School, Theodore Ruger, to Vivian Gadsden, the chair of the Faculty Senate. Dear Vivian, I write to ask that you, in your capacity as chair of the Faculty Senate, convene a hearing board to review whether Professor Amy Wax's conduct constitutes a major infraction of university standards under the Faculty Handbook. I am initiating this disciplinary action because for several years and in multiple instances, Wax has shown a callous and flagrant disregard for our university community, including students, faculty, and staff who have been repeatedly subjected to Wax's intentional and incessant racist, sexist, xenophobic, and homophobic actions and statements. Wax's conduct inflicts harm on them and the institution and undermines the university's core values. Wax has made these statements in the classroom and on campus, in other academic settings, and in public forums in which she was identified as a University of Pennsylvania professor. Her statements are antithetical to the university's mission to foster a diverse and inclusive community, and have led students and faculty to reasonably believe they will be subjected to discriminatory animus if they come into contact with her. That eminently reasonable concern has led students to conclude that they cannot take Wax's classes, and faculty to call her presence demoralizing and disruptive. Moreover, in public discussions about law students' academic performance, Wax has disseminated false information about segments of the university community. She has exploited access to students' confidential grade information and mischaracterized law school policies in ostensible support of derogatory and inaccurate statements made about the characteristics, attitudes, and abilities of her students. Examples of Wax's discriminatory conduct on campus include, but are not limited to, telling black student Eiynah Lewis, who asked whether Wax agreed with panelist John Derbyshire's statements that black people are inherently inferior to white people, that you can have two plants that grow under the same conditions, and one will just grow higher than the other. As an aside here, this is a misunderstanding of a thought experiment by biologist Richard Lewontin that I talked about in the bell curve video, if you remember that. Telling black student Lauren O'Garrow Moore that she had only become a double Ivy because of affirmative action. Telling Jamie Gallen that black students don't perform as well as white students because they are less well prepared, and that they are less well prepared because of affirmative action. Emailing Gregory Berry, a black student, that if blacks really and sincerely wanted to be equal, they would make a lot of changes in their own conduct and communities. Commenting in class that gay couples are not fit to raise children, and making other references to LGBTQ people that a student reported evinced a pattern of homophobia. In addition to the statements Wax has made directly to students or in class, her public commentary espousing derogatory and hateful stereotypes has led students to reasonably conclude that she is unable to evaluate them fairly based on their individualized merit rather than on unmistakable biases she possesses related to race, sex, national origin, and socioeconomic class. Wax has repeatedly made public bigoted statements against women, black people, Asian people, immigrants, and members of the LGBTQ community, including, but not limited to, stating that our country will be better off with more whites and fewer non-whites, stating that some of them shouldn't even go to college in reference to black students who attend Penn Law and its peer schools, stating that Asians have an indifference to liberty, lack thoughtful and audacious individualism, and that the United States is better off with fewer Asians and less Asian immigration. Stating that immigrants with brown faces, Asian faces, feel anger, envy, and shame, and expressing her disbelief that they would criticize the United States when, on some level, their country is a shithole. Stating that there were some very smart Jews among her past students, but that Ashkenazi Jews are diluting their brand like crazy because they are intermarrying. Stating that students at the law school are cowed, benighted sheeples who are ignorant and know nothing. Finally, Wax's decision in 2021 to invite a renowned white supremacist, Jared Taylor, to be the featured guest speaker in a regular meeting of her law school course, and to have Taylor as her guest at a lunch with her students who were expected to attend, crosses the line of what is acceptable in a university environment where principles of non-discrimination apply. Although faculty members have broad discretion in their teaching and academic pursuits, Taylor's explicit racism, hate speech, and white supremacy contravenes the university's express policies and mission, and his white supremacist ideology has been associated closely with those perpetrating violence towards minorities in this country and others. To prepare for this class, Weiss assigned an interview with Enoch Powell, a man who was ousted from his leadership role in the British Conservative Party over 50 years ago for his inflammatory and racist public speeches, which today are influential among violent white supremacist groups and individuals worldwide. Now then, where to start with all of that? Firstly, I'll say that I am very happy that Amy Weiss is included in the War on Science, because it makes my job a lot easier. Weiss is such an obvious, open, and unapologetic racist that her inclusion completely undermines the credibility of the entire project. Krauss calls Weiss part of a stellar group of 39 distinguished scholars, but she's not, obviously. She is a straightforward, far-right bigot. Every single complaint that the War on Science aims at the left, everything to do with cancel culture or affirmative action or language policing or whatever else, even if we stretch to take all of that as seriously as we possibly can and view those arguments in the most favourable possible light, all of it added together would pale in comparison to Weiss's explicit racism. It's very telling that neither Krauss nor Weiss actually mention any of the things that Weiss is accused of having done. Her essay is about something completely different. But Weiss was suspended from teaching last year as a result of some of these horrible things she did, which means she was cancelled, wasn't she? Why not include Weiss as an example of a professor who was viciously cancelled just for expressing her opinions and exercising her free speech? Well, it's because her opinions are completely toxic and indefensible, of course. If the list of things she's accused of having said and done is even half accurate, Amy Weiss is just a white supremacist who's invited another prominent white supremacist to the school. In his introduction, Lawrence Krauss, if you remember, questions the existence of racism in academic institutions. Why do we need all these anti-racist measures when it's not even been proven that there is racism to counter? You can't make that argument and then bemoan Amy Weiss being criticised for saying the United States needs fewer Asians or whatever, so she just gets to write an essay complaining about diversity programs. Krauss tried to sneak her in under the radar there. Now I'm not going to bother relaying and responding to Amy Weiss's essay here. She doesn't like diversity and inclusion efforts, but we already know why, right? I think this one speaks for itself. I want to move on now and talk about a particular type of racism that runs throughout the book. At the start of this section, I imagined a cancelled scientist or science communicator drifting to the right and finding common cause with race scientists and eugenicists. And I think an additional thing to consider is that it's easy to imagine an incentive for certain rightwards drifting science communicators to perhaps ease up on the criticisms of Christianity and Christian creationism. A large part of the right wing in the United States, for instance, is Christian, and if you want friends on the right, if you want an audience on the right, you can't be bashing Christianity all the time. But if that's the case, what are you supposed to do with all of your anti-religious, anti-creationist material you've accrued over the years? That's your whole routine. Well, don't throw it away just yet, because with a little tweaking we can simply find a new, more acceptable target for it. Let's talk about the anti-indigenous racism in the book. And the breadth and consistency of this one really surprised me. Lawrence Krauss talks about indigenous issues in his introduction, of course, but multiple other authors do too. At least 10 essays in here either mention or are wholly about indigenous issues. So to start off here, we'll talk about an incident that Lawrence Krauss describes in his introduction. He says, "The effort to put indigenous science on the same par as Western science in schools achieved its most significant advance in New Zealand in 2021. In that year, the Ministry of Education implemented a policy that Maori ways of knowing would have equal standing with Western science in science classes. 2 members of a group of scientists who publicly questioned the scientific rationale for this policy were investigated for removal by the Royal Society of New Zealand, and 2 members were removed from teaching evolution classes at the University of Auckland." What Krauss is describing here is the listener letter on science controversy, and I want to talk about that now because something about it kind of blows my mind. This one is a little hard to explain, but I think the instigating event here might be fake. See if you can follow along with this. So we'll start by reading the listener letter, published in July of 2021 in the New Zealand Listener, which is a weekly current events magazine. It says, a recent report from a government NCEA working group on proposed changes to the Maori school curriculum aims to ensure parity for Matauranga Maori with the other bodies of knowledge credentialed by NCEA. Matauranga Maori is the traditional knowledge system of the Maori people, for anyone who didn't know. It includes the following description as part of a new course. It promotes discussion and analysis of the ways in which science has been used to support the dominance of Eurocentric views, among which its use as a rationale for colonization of Maori and the suppression of Maori knowledge, and the notion that science is a Western European invention and itself evidence of European dominance over Maori and other indigenous peoples. This perpetuates disturbing misunderstandings of science emerging at all levels of education and in science funding. These encourage mistrust of science. Science is universal, not especially Western European. It has origins in ancient Egypt, Mesopotamia, ancient Greece, and later India, with significant contributions in mathematics, astronomy, and physics from medieval Islam, before developing in Europe and later the US with a strong presence across Asia. Science itself does not colonize. It has been used to aid colonization, as have literature and art. However, science also provides immense good, as well as greatly enhanced understanding of the world. Science is helping us battle worldwide crises such as COVID, global warming, carbon pollution, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation. Such science is informed by the united efforts of many nations and cultures. We increasingly depend on science, perhaps for our very survival. The future of our world and our species cannot afford mistrust of science. Indigenous knowledge is critical for the preservation and perpetuation of culture and local practices and plays key roles in management and policy. However, in the discovery of empirical universal truths, it falls far short of what we can define as science itself. To accept it as the equivalent of science is to patronize and fail indigenous populations. Better to ensure that everyone participates in the world's scientific enterprises. Indigenous knowledge may indeed help advance scientific knowledge in some ways, but it is not science. And then it's signed by a bunch of professors. So this letter is responding to a report from a government NCEA working group. NCEA here meaning National Certificate of Educational Achievement, which is a secondary school academic qualification in New Zealand. And they include a quote from the report that they are responding to, which they say is the description of a new course, but I don't think it actually is. Let's just go and look at this report, and here it is, and the supposedly offending passage says, philosophy and history of science is a unique strand in putaiao, that's the Maori term for science there, with no equivalent in NZC. It promotes discussion and analysis of the ways in which science has been used to support the dominance of Eurocentric views, among which its use as a rationale for colonization of Maori and the suppression of Maori knowledge, and the notion that science is a Western European invention and itself evidence of European dominance over Maori and other indigenous peoples. So first things first here, the listener letter calls this course new, but I can't find anything in the report to say that this course is new. This quote is from a section of the report describing existing courses. Secondly, the course is History and Philosophy of Science, something which is suspiciously not mentioned in the listener letter because, of course, philosophy and history of science is a very appropriate context to learn about the times in history when people have tried to use scientific justifications to do morally questionable or outright evil things. But that's just the beginning. The real problem here is that this quote doesn't say what the listener letter thinks it does. The listener letter says, in response to this quote, science is universal, not especially Western European. So we can infer from that they think that this report says that the class teaches that science is a Western European invention. But the report does not say that. I'm going to have to bust out the colours to explain what happened here, right? This quote says, the class promotes discussion and analysis of 1. The ways in which science has been used to support the dominance of Eurocentric views, and 2. The class promotes discussion and analysis of the notion that science is a Western European invention and itself evidence of European dominance over Maori and other indigenous peoples. So the class promotes discussion and analysis of the notion that science is a Western European invention. But the people who wrote the listener letter misread this quote in the following way. They thought it said, the class promotes, 1, the discussion and analysis of the ways in which science has been used to support the dominance of Eurocentric views, and 2, the class promotes the notion that science is a Western European invention. They just didn't read it correctly, and then they wrote this letter saying that science is not an exclusively Western European invention, and cited a bunch of examples in response to a point which was never actually made. The point of the course is to question the idea that science is an exclusively Western European invention. Like, they agree with you. You are on the same side here. But because the authors of the listener letter decided to sign off their very public correspondence with such a forceful and inflammatory denial that any indigenous knowledge ever counts as science, their response became the story, and then came the response to that response, and the response to that response, and there was an investigation, and people lost their jobs, and there were a bunch of news articles, and Richard Dawkins and Jerry Coyne chimed in, and seemingly nobody, at any point, went back and just read the initial report to discover that it didn't even say the thing that everyone was arguing about. You can see why this one winds me up, right? It is a whole controversy built on the inability of some scientists to parse a sentence. Why do we need the humanities? Because somebody has to teach the scientists how to read. And they said I'd never use my English degree. Anyway, let's move on and talk about another chapter, this one by Francis Widdowson. Lawrence Krauss introduces Francis Widdowson in the following way. In 2019, Francis Widdowson, then a professor at Mount Royal University in Alberta, attended a lecture by Dr. Gregory Kahete, a professor of Native American Studies and Education at the University of New Mexico. In this talk, Kahete was discussing indigenous star knowledge and its importance for educational institutions. Widdowson asked about the relevance of this for introductory astronomy classes. In October 2020, this became the subject of a harassment complaint. Now, I'm sure it won't come as a surprise here that Lawrence Krauss is presenting an inaccurate and biased version of this event, which is in part because he has copy-pasted this description of what happened from an article written by Francis Widdowson. I doubt Lawrence Krauss himself actually has a clue what happened here. So, very quick, a professor of Native American Studies gave a talk about indigenous astronomy and understanding of the stars. Now, I personally think that's an interesting subject. Different societies had their own constellations with their own meanings. There's interesting petroglyphs where people carved astronomical observations into rock faces. Cool subject, not necessarily a controversial subject, you might think. Anyway, at the end of this talk, Francis Widdowson gets up and she says that since these societies didn't have telescopes, quote, I'm not sure how these stories would be able to contribute to the courses in the actual sciences. Now, I don't want to spend too long on Widdowson, so I'll just say that at this point in time, she was a just asking questions sort of racist. She would go around wasting people's time with ignorant, juvenile questions designed to insult. So you go to a talk on the history of Native American astronomy and ask a question which has the subtext, this is all pointless since we've got telescopes now. It's embarrassing that she was doing this, it's extra embarrassing that she thought she was getting away with it, but everyone needs a hobby, I suppose. Krauss details another incident where Widdowson was criticised for asking a silly, annoying question in a meeting, and then says MRU listed the incident as one of the examples for why she should be fired. Your conduct at a meeting in the spring of 2021 was so disruptive that it was a significant contributing factor to the development of new procedures at Arts Faculty Council meetings, as well as the disabling of the chat function during those meetings. Widdowson was subsequently fired from her tenured position in December 2021. Now, all of this is one big lie by omission, because annoying people by asking silly questions in meetings is only one of the reasons that Widdowson was fired. And since it's the most defensible one, it's the only one that Krauss is going to tell you about. I will happily share the others, though. Widdowson was also posting the N-word on Twitter, and posting pictures with the N-word in them and continuing to post them and making bizarre lists of people who liked tweets criticizing her for saying the N-word and whatever this is and so on. She's clearly gone a little bit. She's gone. Look, the COVID lockdown was a difficult time for a lot of people. I understand that. But she's making weird lists of her colleagues and ranking them by oppression points and tagging the president of the university. You can't really be expecting me to be surprised that this person ends up fired, right? And she announced this list by writing a letter to her colleagues that starts out, "Dear colleagues, last night George Orwell came to me in a dream. After seeing an open letter to Mount Royal University and being visited by George Orwell, I recant my though crimes." Now, I can't give an actual diagnosis here, obviously, but Frances Widdowson appears to have lost her mind to some degree. I worry that by showing you all of this, you'll think something like, oh, this person clearly just has undiagnosed schizophrenia or something similar, and that's why she must be acting so bigoted. But no, I want to point out that she was already bigoted before whatever all of this was. Reading her Twitter feed, I was struck by one post she made back in 2019 when she defended the ideas of Ricardo Duchesne, who is a racist. Now, he says he's not a racist. He says he, quote, questions the ideology of diversity while advocating white identity politics. So he's a racist. He's written for the Nazi journal Mankind Quarterly if you need a concrete racist data point to latch onto there. In her Twitter post, Widdowson shares a defense of Duchesne and his ideas, saying, quote, "It is the right to be able to explore ideas at universities that is worth defending." So when scientific racism comes to campus, Widdowson pipes up to defend the right to explore ideas at universities. But when, for instance, the Canadian Association of University Teachers posts about supporting decolonization, Widdowson pipes up to say something very different. Indigenous knowledge is unscientific and undermines academic standards. Speaking of standards, this is a double one, obviously. Racism is an idea worth exploring, Indigenous knowledge is unscientific and undermines academic standards. Now, to make an obvious point again here, imagine how all this looks for the university. Imagine you're applying to go and study at this university and you decide to Google it and you see one of your future professors posting slurs and conspiracy theories and bizarre racist nonsense all over Twitter. It's an old point by now, but she's obviously a liability for the institution, right? She is not a good employee. Krauss is ignoring all of this and trying to make it look like Widdowson was fired just for bravely speaking truth to power by being annoying in meetings or something. The only other thing I have to say about Widdowson's chapter is that she engages in genocide denialism. Talking about Canada's residential school system, she supports a claim that the system did not count as genocidal because, quote, attempts to assimilate are actually contrary to a planned extermination. Now, there's multiple things wrong with this statement. Firstly, it considers the residential schools in isolation and not in the context of a wider oppression of Indigenous peoples, but also because forced assimilation is a genocidal act. This assimilation was not voluntary, attendance at these schools was compulsory, children were forbidden from speaking their own languages or practicing their own faiths, and they were often punished or physically abused for doing so. Some children were also subjected unknowingly to medical experimentation, and some children were even intentionally starved to test the effects of malnourishment. Any attempt to pass this sort of system off as just regular social assimilation is disgusting and horrible, and anyone trying it should be ashamed, obviously. I want to move on now and talk about yet another example of a time the book misrepresents what someone did to get themselves in trouble. The person I want to talk about this time is Elizabeth Weiss, the author of the chapter Burying Science Under Indigenous Religion. But Weiss also has a few mentions in the book before we get to her chapter. Lawrence Krauss in his introduction says, in 2022, Weiss sued San Jose State after being removed as curator of the university's collection of remains and locked out of the research facility because she's opposed to the repatriation of ancient bones, based on arguments from indigenous religious creation myths instead of keeping them for scientific study. Jerry Coyne also covers this episode, describing it in the following way. One victim of this undue respect for other ways of knowing is physical anthropologist Elizabeth Weiss. For simply studying 500 to 3,000-year-old bones from California, Weiss was demoted by her university and banned from accessing her department's bone collection. She's not even allowed to study X-rays of the remains or show a photograph of the boxes in which they are kept. Now, this account from Jerry Coyne here is especially slimy, and we'll see why in just a few minutes. So Weiss's chapter is about why she opposes NAGPRA. That's the Native American Graves Protection and Repatriation Act. So very quickly, back in the day, people would go around looting various Native American burial sites, and then they'd sell off the artifacts and remains to museums, universities, private collectors, and so on. And NAGPRA is basically the, hey, you have to give all of that back law. It makes it an offense to traffic in Native American human remains. If Native American tribes or organizations ask for cultural items back from places that have them, they have to be turned over. Things like that. That's how it's supposed to work anyway. Elizabeth Weiss is an anthropologist who opposes this law because she allegedly views it as burying history and preventing scientific study, and she writes books and articles and gives interviews saying, "Finders keepers, we've got the bones, we should get to keep the bones." She wrote Reburying the Past, The Effects of Repatriation and Reburial on Scientific Inquiry in 2008. She wrote Repatriation and Erasing the Past in 2020. And in 2024, she wrote On the Warpath, My Battles with Indians, Pretendians, and Woke Warriors. You can track the descent into culture war nonsense just by the titles there. Now, if you read anything by Elizabeth Weiss, the main thing you will notice is a consistent arrogance and condescension towards indigenous people and their cultures. This is most frequently and annoyingly expressed via sarcastic quotation marks. Just in this essay, she uses them for Native American knowledge, which includes religious and spiritual components, Native American expert opinion. When remains are buried, she says funeral, with quotes. At one point, she says, tellingly, elder Gary Oka. Now, why put them around the word elder? What are you doubting there, even? That this person in particular is an elder? That the role exists to begin with? Weiss talks about Native American culture as if it's a charade some people are putting on in order to be annoying and make her job more difficult. At no point do you get the sense that she thinks she is dealing with people who are her equals. Now, let me say that I do not believe that Elizabeth Weiss is a scientist who is genuinely motivated by concern for the effects the repatriation of human remains could have upon scientific inquiry. I think that Elizabeth Weiss is a bigot who is motivated by racial hatred. Now, that's a very strong claim, so let me say that I think that for 4 reasons. That's right, I've got a list. First up is a particularly egregious double standard concerning museum exhibitions. Weiss says, changes that revolve around consultation on objects held in museums have led to widespread closure of exhibits across the nation. Museums will reopen their exhibits after tribal consultations, likely with far fewer objects to display and featuring Native American narratives instead of factual scientific evidence. A good example of such an exhibit is the American Museum of Natural History's Northwest Coast Hall. After $19 million spent and 5 years of work, the exhibit has fewer artifacts, promotes religious beliefs, such as warnings that some objects may contain powers that can be harmful, and descriptions of historical events that include supernatural encounters with thunderbirds. Lawrence Krauss also gets in on this talking point in his introduction, saying, indigenous myths are also treated as if they're to be respected as factual in places such as the American Museum of Natural History. In its Northwest Coast Hall, which reopened in 2022, there is a case with the warning label. This display case contains items used in the practices of traditional Tlingit doctor. Some people may wish to avoid this area, as Tlingit tradition holds that such belongings contain powerful spirits. Now, I fear that by giving an exact quote here, Lawrence Krauss has inadvertently blown up Elizabeth Weiss's point. She says warnings that some objects may contain powers that can be harmful, but Lawrence Krauss includes the part of the description which makes it clear that Tlingit tradition holds that such belongings contain powerful spirits. Now that quote provides the context that said spirits are part of the traditional beliefs of the society in question. The museum is not announcing the discovery of supernatural spirits. Well, I say Lawrence Krauss included an exact quote, but he actually inserted a typo in there. It's doctors, plural, on the actual display case. I have a picture of that quote because I asked Big Joel to pop along to the museum and check out the exhibit for me. There he is there, looking lovely. Reading the text that accompanies the exhibits in the hall, which looks awesome by the way, we repeatedly see the context that what is being conveyed are particular people's cultural and spiritual beliefs. As Tlingit tradition holds, a story recorded in the Chilkat Valley, the story of Sawidi, and so on. Weiss went creeping around the exhibit looking for any examples of particular sentences that have taken that context as read and neglected to include it, and then she's accused the museum of declaring supernatural events to be factual. And I have two main things to say in response. The first is that the inclusion of these supernatural and spiritual beliefs and stories is science, because anthropology is science, and the study of how people interpret the world around them and the stories and mythologies they use to explain natural events, that is all important history, and it provides interesting and useful context to the objects in the exhibits. The other thing I want to say is that there is a glaring double standard at play here. Elizabeth Weiss restricts her cherry-picking to the Northwest Coast Hall of the museum, but we can just as easily apply it elsewhere. I'm going to quote now from the description of some other exhibits that have been at the museum. At a glance, Pegasus. Pegasus was the son of the monster Medusa and Poseidon, the god of the seas and of horses. Was he? Pegasus was kind, helpful, and never greedy. The constellation named after him even shares a star with the constellation of Andromeda, a maiden he helped save. Did he? Is that true? Is the museum saying that Pegasus was real and that he was the son of Medusa and Poseidon? No, of course not, because this quote is from an exhibit about ancient Greek myths, a context which informs us that these events are from myth. They don't have to say it every single sentence. Dragons in Europe can slaughter people with their putrid breath, or spit fire and set cities ablaze. Oh, that's scary. Is the museum saying fire-breathing dragons are real too? No, I just again neglected to mention the context, which makes it clear that what is being described is a legend. So why the criticisms aimed at exhibits concerning indigenous people's cultural beliefs and not, say, ancient Greek cultural beliefs? I'll leave that question hanging there awkwardly and move on to the second of my 4 points, this one concerning the following quote. Although Australian Aborigines claim that it's important for their health, safety and well-being to return the human remains to a final resting place, whether that be a cave that is sealed off with concrete or a burial ground that later becomes the site of one of their casinos, as in the burial site for over 80 human skeletons by the Larrakia people in 2002, this process is not to be rushed, according to the literature. Yes, that's right, Elizabeth Weiss doesn't restrict herself to looking down on indigenous people in North America, she goes global with it. So okay, what's wrong with this then? The burial site for over 80 human skeletons by the Larrakia people in 2002. Let's find out about this. After a quick Google search, we can read this 2002 article by the Sydney Morning Herald, Stolen Remains Returned to Rest. And this article talks about stolen remains being returned to the Larrakia people, who are a group of Aboriginal Australian people in Northern Australia in and around the city of Darwin. And I quote, "Most of the remains returned yesterday were collected by an Adelaide coroner, William Ramsay Smith, in the early 1900s, even then in the face of criticism. In recent years, they've been transferred to the National Museum from the former Institute of Anatomy in Canberra and Scotland's Edinburgh University. Yesterday, 8 large boxes were taken from the museum to the smoking ceremony before being flown to Darwin with the 8 Larrakia representatives. They will be welcomed at a ceremony at Mindil Beach there today, before being stored until a final resting place is decided. An account of this ceremony is relayed in the document A Repatriation Handbook, a guide to repatriating Australian Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander ancestral remains. There's a picture of the event there, and it says, the ancestral remains of over 80 Larrakia people were returned in a ceremony at Mindil Beach. The beach area, a traditional burial ground, is now home to a casino and popular markets. So okay, let's get this up on Google Maps. That's Mindil Beach there. There's Mindil Beach Casino and Resort, which is on Mindil Beach obviously, and also is the only casino in Darwin. Now, the owner of Mindil Beach Casino and Resort is, if we scroll down their website here, we can see Delaware North. Now, Delaware North is an American food service and hospitality company, but they only bought the casino from the Sky City Entertainment Group in 2019, and remember, the ceremony in question took place in 2002. Well, Sky City bought the casino from MGM Grand in 2004, and they had owned it since 1995, making them the owners at the time of the repatriation ceremony. And MGM Grand is another American multinational hospitality company. But Elizabeth Weiss said, a burial ground that later becomes the site of one of their casinos. Weiss is attempting to imply here that the Larrakia people don't really actually care about the cultural importance of one of their traditional burial grounds because they built a casino on it. But they didn't build a casino on it. So what happened here then? Well, Elizabeth Weiss was reading a repatriation handbook, and I know she's read it because she quotes from it elsewhere in her essay, and she got to the quote, the beach area, a traditional burial ground, is now home to a casino, and she assumed that the casino was owned by the Larrakia people because she's a racist using lazy stereotypes about entirely different groups of indigenous people who live on another continent, as if indigenous people have some sort of inherent casino building gene or something. I'm struck by both how racist and America-brained you'd have to be to make that assumption in the first place, but also how lazy you'd have to be not to check before publishing it. This goes for Elizabeth Weiss, of course, but also what was Lawrence Krauss doing as the editor of this book here? I get the sense he didn't even read some of these. Okay, on to the third of my 4 points here, and this one relates to what Elizabeth Weiss actually did in order to piss off her university enough that they would remove her as curator of their collection of human remains. Lawrence Krauss doesn't mention it, Elizabeth Weiss doesn't mention it, but Jerry Coyne alludes to it when he says she's not even allowed to study x-rays of the remains or show a photograph of the boxes in which they are kept. Now, sorry, I'm smiling here, because if you know what she actually did, this is a shameless attempt to sneak around actually saying it. Weiss didn't just post a picture of the boxes of remains, she took a photograph of herself posing in front of the boxes while holding a child's skull in her bare hands. And then she posted it on Twitter. Now, I'm about as far from a religious or spiritual person as you can imagine, but I'm going to blank out the image of this poor person's bones here. I wouldn't want some racist waving my remains around after I was dead. So yes, this is yet another example of someone in the book doing something far, far worse than it is initially implied they did. She was demoted just for her free speech, and then you look it up and she's waving people's bones around like a cartoon villain. It's just ridiculous. It's also another example of a bad employee, of course, because this example made the news and it made the university look bad, and they had to put out a statement condemning Weiss's actions and outlining new policies they were bringing in to prevent people from doing what she did, or I suppose more specifically to prevent Elizabeth Weiss from doing it again. I'll close out here with the last of my 4 reasons for thinking Elizabeth Weiss is a racist. Do you remember when we talked about J. Philippe Rushton, the former head of the Nazi eugenicist Pioneer Fund, who had a bunch of strange racial genital theories? Well, Elizabeth Weiss is his wife. That's a twist, eh? Moving on, I want to now talk about another type of bias that can threaten science, one that we mentioned earlier today, and that is financial bias. So let's talk about Sally Sattel's chapter. Lawrence Krauss introduces Sally Sattel in the following way. Sally Sattell, a psychiatrist with part-time affiliation at the Yale Medical School, describes, within the context of her own near cancellation, how social justice medicine, or indoctrinology as she calls it, poses a danger to open inquiry and scientific rigor in academic medicine. So Sally Sattell is very concerned about scientific rigor in academic medicine. Just fix that in your mind and we'll move on to read what Sally Sattell has to say. Sattell starts off by saying that on January 8, 2021, I gave a department-wide lecture to the Yale Department of Psychiatry. I had once been a resident there and then an assistant professor for 5 years. I left New Haven in 1993 to pursue a health policy fellowship in Washington, D.C., and eventually joined a think tank, but I remained a lecturer in the department. My lecture was about the year I spent from 2018 to 19 assisting with treatment efforts in an embattled small town in southeastern Ohio that was reeling from the opioid crisis. Sattell then gives an overview of her lecture, which as she describes it sounds perfectly normal, and then the subsequent fallout. The other staff at the department were offended and outraged by her talk. They called her bigoted and classist and asked that she be kicked out of the department. That sounds like an overblown reaction, doesn't it, to someone giving a perfectly normal talk? Sattell goes on in the rest of her essay to attribute this reaction to a culture of overly sensitive, progressive ideology infecting university campuses, social justice warriors on a hair trigger looking for microaggressions, that old story. However, this narrative is missing something, isn't it? Sattell doesn't specify what it is in her talk that the other staff were actually objecting to. She just says I spoke about these topics, normally, and then everyone was offended at me and called me names, which paints the offended party as being very unreasonable there. Now, if you're the sort of person who's happy to accept the sudden appearance in a story of a gang of overly sensitive, woke progressives complaining about nothing whatsoever, I'm sure you'll give Sally Sattell the benefit of the doubt here and accept her framing. However, as someone who lives in reality, I want to know what actually happened here. So let's investigate and see if we can find out. And we'll start with how Sally Sattell describes her talk, which was about the opioid crisis. And she says, I discussed the deaths of despair phenomenon, first described by Princeton economists Angus Deaton and Anne Case, and showed photos of haunted industrial landscapes and the lonely downtown area. I presented national data on the characteristics of individuals who abused prescription pills and on the frequency with which addiction develops. Brackets, it's far less common than you've been led to believe. Now, speaking as someone unfamiliar with the US opioid crisis, this sentence in the brackets here raised a minor red flag for me. I haven't been led to believe one way or the other how frequently addiction develops after using prescription pain medication, but the sentence here tells me that Sally Sattell is used to talking to people who she thinks have been led to believe that prescription painkiller addiction is more common than it actually is, and that she's seeking to counter that idea. Which seems like a strange motive from somebody also talking about the embattled small town reeling from the crisis, right? Before we go on and talk about Sally Sattell's lecture in more detail here, we first need to learn a little about the US opioid crisis. So, here we go. In the 1980s and 90s, a pharmaceutical company called Purdue Pharma developed a drug named Oxycontin. Oxycontin is an opioid painkiller of the type more usually given to people with terminal illnesses at the end of their lives, or for short-term use in people recovering from major surgeries, things like that. They're not usually supposed to be handed out for more general long-term use with relatively minor pains. And why not? Well, because opioid painkillers are extremely addictive, because they're made of opium, like heroin. So Oxycontin was going to have fairly limited uses, right? End-of-life care, major surgeries, specific things like that. Except Purdue Pharma had an idea. Oxycontin pills came in a coating which delayed the absorption of the drug into the body, and what if that made them less addictive? In an application to the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, the company stated that delayed absorption as provided by Oxycontin tablets is believed to reduce the abuse liability of a drug. Is believed to. So why did Purdue Pharma believe this, you might ask? That's a good question. It doesn't have a good answer, unfortunately, but I can skip ahead in the narrative here and tell you that years later Purdue Pharma will plead guilty to federal criminal charges and be sued for billions of dollars for misleading people about the addictiveness of Oxycontin, if that answers the question for you. But hang on, how did this drug get FDA approval in the first place, you might be wondering? Well, the FDA official responsible for overseeing the application of Oxycontin was a chap named Curtis Wright IV. In 1995, Wright met privately with Purdue Pharma representatives in a hotel room and allowed them to help write his medical officer's review of Oxycontin for the FDA. After signing off on Oxycontin, Wright quit his job at the FDA and was subsequently hired by Purdue Pharma, who then paid him $379,000. It certainly pays to be helpful, doesn't it? Dr. David Kessler, FDA commissioner at the time Oxycontin was approved, later acknowledged that the approval of Oxycontin was, quote, one of the worst medical mistakes, a major mistake. So after this major mistake, Purdue Pharma has a license to sell these opioid painkillers, and thanks to their very helpful friend in the FDA, they are free to state that their specific pill formulation is believed to be less addictive. And they used this justification in an aggressive sales push aimed at getting doctors to prescribe Oxycontin for a much wider variety of cases than they would usually prescribe opioid painkillers. They spent hundreds of millions of dollars marketing Oxycontin. They had salespeople going out to doctors nationwide and pushing Oxycontin, getting bonuses based on how many pills they convinced the doctors to order. And in some cases, Purdue Pharma was paying doctors directly to act as spokespeople for the drug. And they were very successful. They made billions of dollars flooding the country with these highly addictive opium pills. And of course, people started getting addicted to them. So there's all these adverse effects, people overdosing, dying, getting into other drugs. There's incentives for people to sell them on the side, for doctors to sell them on the side. There's incentives for people to steal them from medical facilities, get into crime to fund the habit, and so on and so forth. This is the US opioid crisis. Overprescribed painkillers like Oxycontin created a demand for opioid drugs that was later met by heroin and fentanyl. Oxycontin is the gift that just keeps on giving, isn't it? Anyway, after its release, people started becoming aware of the problems with Oxycontin, realizing how addictive it was, and putting together the story of how it got approved. And Purdue Pharma started getting asked very awkward questions. This is the start of the process that eventually leads to the company being fined billions of dollars in 2007 after it pleads guilty to misleading the public about Oxycontin's addiction risk. The company's executives also pled guilty as individuals, but since they're rich and we can't have rich people going to prison, they got a slap on the wrist, some community service, and a fine for a fraction of the profits they made from all the crimes they did. That's the rich person justice system special there. At the very least, Purdue Pharma has since been engaged in a series of legal battles as everyone who was adversely affected by the opioid crisis takes a financial bite out of them, and good. Now, throughout this entire process, Purdue Pharma was engaged in a public relations effort to attempt to control the media narrative around Oxycontin. First, to avoid responsibility for their part in causing the opioid crisis, and then later to limit their liability as much as they possibly could. This is detailed in a 2019 ProPublica piece titled Inside Purdue Pharma's Media Playbook: How It Planted the Opioid Anti-Story. And let me quote some of that piece to you. Purdue launched Oxycontin in 1996, and it soon became one of the most widely prescribed opioid painkillers. By 2001, it was generating both enormous profits as well as growing concern about overdoses and addiction. That August, a column in the New York Post opinion section criticized media reports that Oxycontin was being abused. The piece, headlined "Heroic Dopeheads Mocked a New Species of Victim, the Hillbilly Heroin Addict." The real victims, the article contended, were pain patients who may lose access to a prescription wonder drug. At 5:17 a.m. on the day the article was published, Eric Desenhall, the founder of Washington, D.C. crisis management firm Desenhall Resources, sent an email to Purdue executives, according to documents filed by the Oklahoma Attorney General in a lawsuit against opioid makers. "See today's New York Post on Oxycontin," he wrote. "The anti-story begins." Purdue had hired Desenhall Resources that summer. Desenhall's hard-nosed reputation fit the blame the victim strategy advocated by Purdue's then-president, Richard Sackler. "We have to hammer on the abusers in every way possible," Sackler wrote in a 2001 email quoted in a complaint by the state of Massachusetts against the company. "They are the culprits and the problem. They are reckless criminals." Purdue later followed this approach to fend off a New Jersey mother who was urging federal regulators to investigate the marketing of Oxycontin. Her daughter had died while taking the drug for back pain. "We think she abused drugs," a Purdue spokesman said without offering evidence. Purdue later apologized for the comment. So in 2001 here, Purdue were defending themselves by blaming the people addicted to their drug. "It's not our fault for creating the drug, or for misleadingly marketing or labeling the drug. It's just drug addicts abusing the drug because they are drug addicts. It's not our fault, it's their fault." And they hired crisis management firm Desenhall Resources, headed by Eric Desenhall, to help them push this story in the media. And I'll quote here from a letter written by Eric Desenhall recapping the firm's first month of work for Purdue Pharma. Exhibit E. This came out in a court case, this one. "Dear Howard, our first month of work for Purdue was quite busy, with activities including, but not limited to, counseling on responses to hostile media inquiries including from 60 Minutes, 48 Hours, and the New York Times. Media outreach counseling, e.g. Tom Shales of the Washington Post. Media placement efforts, e.g. New York Post, Wall Street Journal, Forbes Pursuits, Fox News. Third-party outreach, e.g. Cato Institute, Dr. Sally Sattel." Well now, hello there, Sally Sattel. Fancy seeing you here in Exhibit E of this court document from 2001. Whatever are you doing here? Well, allow me to quote some passages from the ProPublica piece here. "One of Desenhall Resources' first moves after being hired by Purdue was to cultivate Sattel. In July 2001, Hershow, that's Desenhall Vice President Sheila Hershow there, reported to Purdue officials that she and Eric Desenhall had lunch with Sattel and the doctor was eager to get started. Hershow said Sattel had read a debunking package and was interested in doing an opinion piece on the medical needs of patients being sacrificed to protect drug abusers. Desenhall's courting of Sattel soon paid off. A month after the lunch with Desenhall and Hershow, Sattel defended Purdue's flagship drug in an article for the opinion page of the Boston Globe. In 2003, a Desenhall staffer recommended Sattel as a guest to a producer for the Diane Rehm show on NPR. The firm and Purdue executives, including Vice President David Haddix, helped prep Sattel for the appearance. Haddix passed along what he called interesting intel for Sally that Ream's mother suffered from chronic headaches. "Thanks for helping us get her up to speed for the show," Hershow replied. Also that year, when conservative radio commentator Rush Limbaugh revealed that he was addicted to prescription painkillers, Purdue declined a request from CNN for a company representative to discuss the news on air. Instead, Purdue recommended Sattel, who assured viewers that Oxycontin was a very effective and actually safe drug if taken as prescribed. Desenhall's Hershow told Purdue executives in an email that she was very glad Sally went on. In September 2004, Forbes magazine published a Sattel article under the headline "Oxycontin Doesn't Cause Addiction. Its Abusers Are Already Addicts." "I am happy this morning," Purdue's then General Counsel Howard Udell emailed other company executives and Eric Desenhall with the subject line "RE Forbes article." 3 years later, Udell and 2 other Purdue executives would plead guilty in federal court to a misdemeanor criminal charge related to misleading patients and doctors about the addictive nature of Oxycontin. As part of that 2007 settlement, Purdue admitted to acting with the intent to defraud or mislead when it promoted Oxycontin as less addictive and less subject to abuse than other painkillers. In an article for the Wall Street Journal headlined "Oxymorons," Sokal defended the company. The real public health damage here comes from the pitched campaign conducted by zealous prosecutors and public interest advocates to demonize the drug itself, she wrote. So to sum up here, Purdue Pharma, seeking to protect its reputation, hired PR firm Desenhall Resources, who brought in and briefed psychiatrist Sally Sokal, who went on to defend Purdue Pharma in a series of articles and media appearances. Now the problem with all this is that Sally Sokal works for the American Enterprise Institute, a conservative think tank which is funded by... Would anyone like to venture a guess here? That's right, it's funded by Purdue Pharma. Purdue Pharma gave more than $800,000 to the American Enterprise Institute, which gives rise to an obvious financial conflict of interest, doesn't it? Sally Sokal is paid by the American Enterprise Institute, who are paid by Purdue Pharma. So when Sally Sokal goes around giving media interviews and lectures and writing articles about Oxycontin, she should really disclose that her organization has been given hundreds of thousands of dollars by the manufacturer of the drug. But she doesn't. She presents herself as a neutral, unbiased third party, which she isn't. The writers of the ProPublica piece contacted Sally Sokal for a statement on all of this, and what she says is utterly ridiculous. Sokal, in an email to ProPublica, said that she reached her conclusions independently, oh I am sure. I do not accept payment from industry for my work, articles, presentations, etc., she wrote. Yeah. And that Purdue Pharma gives the think tank you work at hundreds of thousands of dollars is just coincidental, I suppose. Small world, isn't it? You know, I don't accept payments for my work. My employer accepts the payments and then pays me, which makes it different, because of the extra step in the middle there, I suppose. Now, rather humorously here, after saying she does not accept industry payments for her work, ProPublica asked her about a time that Purdue Pharma, quote, approved spending $2,000 to pay for Sokal to speak to the staff of a New Orleans hospital about addiction, according to internal company records. So that would be a direct payment there. Sokal said she had absolutely no memory of speaking at a hospital in New Orleans, which isn't the same as saying you didn't do it, I would note. It's saying you don't remember it. So she claims she doesn't accept direct industry payments for her work, but her memory is not really the best there, so who knows. And as for reaching her conclusions independently, ProPublica also asked Sokal about the fact that she shares drafts of her articles with Purdue executives prior to publishing them. The study Sokal cited was funded by Purdue and written by Purdue employees and consultants, and a month before the piece was published, Sokal sent a draft to Bert Rosen, Purdue's Washington lobbyist and vice president of federal policy and legislative affairs, asking him if it, quote, seems imbalanced. The sharing of drafts before publication with subjects of stories or other interested parties is prohibited or discouraged by many media outlets. Sokal said she didn't remember sharing the draft with Rosen and it was not her usual practice. Memory on the fritz again, eh? That's very atypical, she said. However, Sokal shared a draft of another story with Purdue officials in 2016, according to emails she sent. Now, the most shameless thing that Sokal says here is when ProPublica asked her about meeting with Desenhall Resources, the PR firm hired by Purdue. Sokal said that the meeting with Desenhall was not unusual and that, quote, I often talk to people who have interesting stories. Now, just how naive does this Sally Sokal person think we are? She was invited to a meeting with the head spin doctor at a PR firm that's defending a pharmaceutical company from a major medical scandal that they caused. a pharmaceutical company that funds the institute she works at, and she's acting like she went there just to see if there was an interesting story to tell, like she's a curious mouse in a cartoon for children, instead of someone with a financial stake in the reputation of the pharmaceutical company. What a load of rubbish. I think the most damning thing here is that in emails between Desenhall Resources and Purdue Pharma, they just call her Sally. Not Sally Sattel, not Dr. Sattel, just Sally. Our mate Sally, who we all know well enough to refer to by just her first name. So anyway, with everything we've just learned in mind, let's get back to Sally Sattel's talk at Yale. First things first, it's called My Year Abroad, Ironton, Ohio, and Lessons from the Opioid Crisis. Now, wording like my year abroad is in part where the accusations of classism came from, as Sattel talks about small-town America like she's a snooty, fish-out-of-water, big-city gal who's been marooned there for Christmas and is going to reluctantly fall in love with a down-to-earth car mechanic or something. Sattel's talk starts off by introducing Ironton, a city in Ohio founded by people who were very good at mining iron and apparently not very good at coming up with names. Sattel's talk is ostensibly about this year she spent in Ironton, but after introducing it, she stops talking about it and proceeds to give her boilerplate speech about why the opioid crisis is the fault of individuals abusing the drugs and definitely not the fault of the drug manufacturers. Let's watch a clip.
Now, as I said before, a lot of these folks had significant involvement with other drugs. I've just mentioned Ted Cicero, who's at Washington University, who's done some really excellent work in descriptive work in the epidemiology of this population. And over several studies, he's reported that between 70 and 90% of people who come in for treatment for prescription use disorder had used at least one other non-opioid drug in the month before: cocaine, methamphetamine, hallucinogens, benzos, this kind of thing.
Now, the issue here is that the study Sattel is talking about, the one shown on the screen here, does not show what she says it does. Sally Sattel is lying about what this study says. Sattel says that the study shows that between 70 and 90% of people who come in for treatment for prescription use disorder had used at least one other non-opioid drug in the month before. However, if we quote the study, in this study, we utilized data from the Survey of Key Informants Patients, SKIP program, a key element of the Researched Abuse, Diversion, and Addiction-Related Surveillance RADARS system, a comprehensive series of programs that collect and analyze post-marketing data on the abuse and diversion of prescription opioid analgesics and heroin. SKIP data were analysed for 9,540 respondents from the third quarter of 2010 until the second quarter of 2015 who endorsed past month abuse of at least one prescription opioid. What this means is that the respondents to the study had abused a prescription opioid in the past month, not that they had taken other drugs in the past month. When the survey asks about other drugs, it's talking about lifetime use, as in have you ever taken X, Y, or Z, not have you taken it in the past month, as Sally Sattel claims. Next, when Sattel lists off the drugs she claims people were taking in the past month, she says cocaine, methamphetamine, hallucinogens, benzos, this kind of thing. Relatively hard illegal drugs there. But this is not what the study was solely asking about. It was asking about any psychoactive substances, including nicotine, tobacco, alcohol, Ritalin, and Adderall. So when this chart shows that between 70 and 90% of people had used a drug before initial opioid prescription, the two most common drugs there are alcohol and nicotine, because these numbers include people who have ever, that is ever, remember, drank a beer or smoked a cigarette. Sattel has taken data about lifetime use of a whole range of drugs, including legal drugs, and is falsely reporting it shows prior month use of illegal hard drugs. If you get addicted to opioid painkillers, but at one point in the past you've ever had a glass of wine or taken ADHD medication, Sally Satel will use that information to paint you as an established drug addict. And she's doing this to shift responsibility for people getting addicted to these pills from the manufacturer of the pills to the people being prescribed them. And she's doing this after the manufacturer of the pills gave her organization $800,000. Returning to the war on science, in Sally Satel's essay, which is supposedly about the angry reaction to a talk she gave about the opioid crisis, she does not mention any of this, of course. She does not mention Oxycontin by name, she does not mention Purdue Pharma or Desenhall Resources or the enormous financial conflict of interest arising from the money paid to the American Enterprise Institute. Actually, in the ProPublica piece, Satel claims not to be aware that her employer was being paid by Purdue, which 1, I do not believe for a single second, but 2, that piece came out in 2019. Her talk at Yale was given in 2021, so she knows by then, doesn't she? She's definitely seen the ProPublica piece because she was interviewed for it, but as usual, she doesn't declare the conflict of interest. What Sally Satel is doing in this book is using silly culture war nonsense as a shield for legitimate criticisms aimed at her. She paints the people who criticize her as this amorphous, woke mob of overly sensitive, irrationally angry people with no genuine reason to object to anything she says or does. But if you look into it, it turns out there are a lot of very legitimate reasons to criticize Sally Satel. And as for Lawrence Krauss, I would ask him what he thinks about financial bias as a potential threat to science. Among the various so-called threats to science laid out by him in his introduction, 0 of them are corporations buying off scientists to act as spokespeople for their interests, using bribes to get around government regulations, or pushing unsafe drugs onto the market for profit. Surely those things are more of a threat to science than a bunch of culture war nonsense. Well, I would ask Lawrence Krauss all that, but of course he took hundreds of thousands of dollars from Jeffrey Epstein, remember, so he's probably more willing than most to overlook this sort of thing. Moving on, I want to talk about something interesting that happened while I was reading The War on Science. I started to see the same few names crop up again and again. The first of these was the name Bo Winegard. Alan Sokal quotes Winegard, who he describes as a psychologist on the subject of academic freedom of speech, and then afterwards quotes him again. Jerry Coyne and Luana Maroja mention Winegard as an example of a cancelled professor who was fired for, quote, merely suggesting the possibility that there were differences in cognition among ethnic groups, Winegard et al. 2020, and they later refer back to that again. Anna Krylov and Jay Tansman point to an article Bo Winegard published in Quillette and also say elsewhere, in Sex and the Academy, Clark and Winegard present statistics revealing differences in censorious attitudes between men and women. So, okay, who is this Bo Winegard person whose research and articles and quotes keep on turning up in the book? Well, Bo Winegard was an assistant professor of psychology at Marietta College in Georgia, and he was dismissed from that position, but not for merely suggesting the possibility that there were differences in cognition among ethnic groups. The actual reason was that his paper had to be retracted because he used unreliable data sourced from some old friends of ours. If we click on that paper and go to the references, who do we see? Richard Lynn. Good old head of the Pioneer Fund, Richard Lynn. And who else do we see? J. Philippe Rushton, so on and so forth. This is the exact same sort of debunked data that was cited in the bell curve, coming from the same sources even. These days, Winegard works for an online scientific racism magazine and podcast called Aporia. He is the executive editor. He works there alongside editor Noah Carl, someone who we also see turn up in The War on Science. Jerry Coyne quotes him and links to 2 of his articles. Winegard also frequently works with Corey J. Clark, someone who we see turn up in a whole bunch of places in The War on Science. In Clark and Winegard 2023, of course, but also some of the Clark et al.'s have Winegard as one of the co-authors. For instance, the paper Pro-Social Motives Underlies Scientific Censorship by Scientists from 2023 is cited by Alan Sokal, Anna Krylov, and Jay Tansman, and that lists Weingard as one of the co-authors alongside Krylov herself, and also Steven Pinker, who of course also writes a chapter in The War on Science. Clark et al. 2024 is cited by Krylov, Tansman, and Richard E. Redding, and also lists Weingard as one of the co-authors. The Aporia podcast has had Amy Wax as a guest, it's had Steven Pinker as a guest, it's had Elizabeth Weiss as a guest, all War on Science authors. We also see Corey Clark, Noah Carl, lots of Bo Weingard of course, it's also had Charles Murray on, and they've had Jared Taylor on more than once. Aporia is seemingly a haven for air quotes scientific racists. Now, Aporia is operated by the Human Diversity Foundation, which is a company founded in 2022 with the aim of publishing race science. The Human Diversity Foundation was founded by Emil Kierkegaard, who is a Danish far-right racist, and he's someone who turns up all over the place in connection with the Aporia contributors we've mentioned so far. He's on the podcast, he publishes papers with them, and so on. He also turns up in The War on Science. When Jerry Coyne cites a quote analysis of ethnically mixed populations, Lasker et al. 2019, Emil Kierkegaard is one of those et als. Kierkegaard has a research team at the Human Diversity Foundation, and that operates with the aim of producing seemingly legitimate research papers whose actual function is to try to sneak race science and eugenics into mainstream publications. Kierkegaard's collaborators include Pioneer Fund recipient Brian Pester, who was fired from Cleveland State University in 2022 for lying in his research application with regards to an article he wrote about racial IQ gaps. Another is Davida Piffer, who once tweeted calling African immigrants coming into Italy gorillas. Lovely chaps. Now, seeing all of this gave me a feeling of déjà vu. You see, when I was reading through the bell curve for that video, I kept running into the same names over and over again that were connected to the Pioneer Fund, which made for a fun late video twist, you know. It turns out a lot of the arguments in the book are based on the very shoddy research of a bunch of racists who were being funded by the Nazi Eugenics Fund. And as I was reading The War on Science and kept running into the same names over and over again connected to Aporia and the Human Diversity Foundation, I was struck by the similarity. The Pioneer Fund was to the bell curve as the Human Diversity Foundation is to the War on Science, or at least the parts of it concerned with dodgy race science anyway. And as it turns out, this is more than a coincidence. The Human Diversity Foundation isn't just similar to the Pioneer Fund, the Human Diversity Foundation is the Pioneer Fund. So, okay then, late last year, Hope Not Hate published a story called Race Science, Inc., which detailed how they sent an undercover reporter to infiltrate the race science movement. One of the racists this reporter spoke to was Matthew Frost, the founder of Aporia, and they filmed him divulging something rather interesting.
This is the new Pioneer Fund?
I mean, I guess the Pioneer Fund is public.
Yeah.
So they've appropriated the money, I believe, from the money
Yeah. But that's defunct. I don't think that's putting any money behind anything now. Like, I mean, I've not...
Yeah. I think that they just appropriated the remaining money, right? When Bushman died, it was left to Emil, and that now becomes part of our organisation.
So according to Frost, after Richard Lynn died, the remaining Pioneer Fund money was left to Emil Kierkegaard, who used it to fund the Human Diversity Foundation. This is just tiresome now, isn't it? Surprise, it's the same racists as last time. Anyway, let's read some other interesting points from the Hope Not Hate article. Firstly, the Human Diversity Foundation has also claimed ownership of Mankind Quarterly, which was the Pioneer Fund's pro-eugenics race science journal. That's the one that was founded by fascists and actual Nazis. The article also shows a slide of the HDF's organisational structure. There's the research side, which is where Kierkegaard's team cook up race science papers. Here's a video of that happening. You can see Kierkegaard, Weingard, Piffer, Pester, and some other blurry people. The slide also shows their media side, which includes Aporia and TJH, which is a YouTube channel called The Jolly Heretic, which is ran by a man called Edward Dutton, and that publishes YouTube videos, which are a load of old bollocks. The article also includes the following disturbing paragraph about Emil Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard's disturbing views extend beyond race. In 2012, he published a blog on his website about paedophilia, suggesting that abusers should be allowed to rape children drugged with sleeping medicine. If they don't notice, it is difficult to see how they could be harmed, even if it's rape, he wrote. So if you still needed another reason to dislike him, there you go. Matthew Frost is quoted in the article being very open about how Aporia targets and uses high-profile commentators. Aporia has tried to appeal to what it considers high-value readers by hosting well-known commentators and authors on its podcast. We're using these people to get legitimacy by association, Frost said. Frost added that he was using these high-profile guests as a shield to avoid scrutiny, giving the semblance of a respectable publication. This is how the Human Diversity Foundation operates. They target prominent commentators with big platforms, they get them talking about free speech and censorship and academic freedom and so on, but it's all with the aim of sneaking topics like eugenics and racial hierarchies closer to mainstream acceptability. Some of the people who go on their podcast and share their papers will be racists who agree with them, whereas others will just be easy marks, lazy, ignorant mouthpieces who don't even realize that they're being used. With regards to the war on science, I'm not going to bother trying to figure out who falls into which of these categories, because ultimately it doesn't really matter, does it? Except Amy Wax is in the explicitly racist group. I think that's a safe bet. And just to demonstrate what this group are like, I'm going to play you a clip now of Bo Weingard interviewing white supremacist Jared Taylor.
You can understand practically no social phenomenon if you don't understand racial differences. It would be like trying to navigate the world and assuming that absolutely every single woman is just as strong, just as fast, just as powerful as every single man, and then wondering, gosh, how come women are losing all the fights? How come women get themselves raped but men don't? Everything is a mystery. Everything is a mystery. And so in the United States today, everything is either a mystery or you have to attribute different poverty levels, different crime levels, different failures, different successes. You have to attribute that to malevolent white people.
So,
and yes, go ahead.
Yes. I happen to agree with this thesis, which is the alternative to race realism is widespread bunkum about racist white people holding down other groups who are, failing relative to white people. Of course, magically Asians do better. I don't know how that happened in a white supremacist society, but it did.
Exactly.
Sorry about that. This is just what they're like, this group. Okay, so first of all, I'll note the very horrible way in which Taylor assigns agency when he's talking about rape. Women getting themselves raped when men don't. Men do get raped for a start, but also don't say women getting themselves raped. That's horrible. Secondly, Weingard just says he agrees with Jared Taylor's, quote, race realism, or his racism, to cut out the unnecessary euphemism there. I showed you that clip mainly to demonstrate how awful they are, but I do want to briefly talk about what they said about Asian Americans, because I know the answer to the question they asked there. I've talked about this in a video before. Weingard and Taylor laugh at the idea that Asian Americans can do better than white Americans, better academically and financially, in a society which is supposedly biased towards white people. But where they're mistaken here is that the groups they're attempting to compare have been manipulated by the environment in ways they are deliberately not considering. They're doing the racial equivalent of attempting to measure the average human height on a basketball court during an NBA game. The data you're going to get from that environment will obviously be biased, won't it? To start with here, let me say that when it comes to academic achievement, I favour an environmental explanation. I think there is a hierarchy of wealth and privilege in society, and wealthier parents can afford a better education for their children, and thus their better results on academic tests mainly reflect their parents' position in this socio-economic hierarchy. But if how people do academically is governed by wealth and social environment, then why do different racial groups achieve different results, you might wonder? And the obvious answer is that they're not starting from an equal place, are they? The vast majority of black people in the United States, for instance, are the descendants of slaves. Now, slaves were obviously kept at the very bottom of the socio-economic hierarchy. They're not paid, they don't have property, they have no or extremely limited formal education. And then after slavery was abolished, it's not like things were made immediately equal, is it? Discrimination in many forms was still legal until the 1960s. There were segregated schools and so on. And even after things were made nominally legally equal, there's generational poverty, regional poverty, systemic bias, unspoken racist attitudes. None of those things go away overnight. And this brings us to Weingard and Taylor's point about Asian Americans. If the USA has a pro-white racial bias, they ask, why do Asian people on average perform better than white people on academic tests? And the answer to that is because of geography. You see, in 1960, there were less than 1 million Asian people in the United States. Immigration from Asian countries into the US had historically been limited by a series of discriminatory racist laws, called things like the Chinese Exclusion Act, for instance, very on the nose there. In the decades after 1965, when racial discrimination was prohibited in immigration policy in the US, Asian immigration skyrocketed. There are now more than 20 million Asian Americans, and the vast majority of the growth in that group has been due to relatively recent immigration. But we have to ask, who can afford to relocate to another country that does not share a land border with your country and is on the other side of the planet? Is it the poorest and least educated members of that society? No, of course not. Speaking very generally here, of course, but the Asian people who have immigrated to the United States in recent decades have had to pass a wealth check already. Many of the poorest members of that group have been filtered out because they are less likely to be able to afford to emigrate. So in making comparisons between African Americans and Asian Americans, you have one group who are descended from people who were intentionally restricted to the very bottom of the economic pyramid, and another who's had a lot of the bottom of their economic pyramid filtered out by the immigration process. So it's not a fair comparison, is it? This is where American stereotypes about Asian people being inherently academically gifted come from. What isn't being considered is the immigration system filtering for people with a good education, or enough money to pay for a good education. And because of that filter, you're not seeing an accurate representation of the entire group of people. We can turn this whole thing on its head, for instance, by considering black African immigration into the United States. Black African immigrants are more than twice as likely to have a college degree than the native-born white population. They're more likely to have graduate degrees, they earn more money. Some groups of black African immigrants even have higher levels of academic achievement than Asian Americans. Are we to conclude from these facts that black people are the most intelligent race? I'm sure Weingard and Taylor would be completely aghast at that idea, because it's not a fair comparison, is it? Black African immigrants have already been filtered by the immigration process for wealth and academic achievement. But this is the exact same process that they dismissively refer to as magic when talking about Asian Americans. Now let me be clear here. I understand this, you understand this, but Weingard and Taylor also understand this. They're not incapable of grasping anything that I just said. They are pantomiming not understanding it in order to recruit ignorant people. These are not honest men. They are racists with an explicitly racist political project. They wake up every morning and clock in for a full day at the racism factory. The fact that so much of their pseudoscientific research and writing has been accepted and shared by various war on science authors should be shameful, and it would discredit the entire project if there were anything left to discredit by this point. I want to slowly start wrapping up now, and I'll start by answering a question that I got asked a lot while I was working on this video. Is there anyone in this book, this list of 39 distinguished scholars, who is all right, or who wrote anything sensible? I haven't talked about all of the essays today. Some were simply boring and said nothing of note, some were solely comprised of points already made in other essays, so they weren't worth mentioning, but there was the occasional essay in here which was a fairly unobjectionable statement in support of free speech or free expression, and taken by themselves out of context, I'd say those were basically fine. But they're not out of context, are they? They're in Jeffrey Epstein defender and accused serial sex pest Lawrence Krauss's book. Everybody here chose to be a part of this project, and if they're an otherwise sensible person who wrote something unobjectionable, that's all the worse, because they're lending their credibility to a project with a bunch of bigotry in it. I will briefly mention here a few of the chapters that weren't worth getting into in more detail, but I want to mention in passing because they're funny. Jeff Horseman writes Equity, Diversity and Inclusion, the Dismal Pseudoscience Threatening Science. This one comes fairly far through the book, and before you get to this point you've already read a dozen other chapters espousing the various supposedly scary Orwellian aspects of college diversity, equity and inclusion programs. And they all write as if they're hiding under the desk from the woke mob brown shirts patrolling the corridors hunting for ideological disagreements. As a tiny aside here, speaking as a representative of the woke mob today, I have to mention that I do not see these DEI programs as being implemented by universities, particularly the very big universities, in order to actually bring about some huge change in how the institution operates. Actually, too often, in my opinion, these programs are there in order to prevent change or slow it down as much as possible. If you think the presence of DEI programs in an institution necessarily signals that institution has been taken over by some sort of progressive leftist political vanguard, tell that to all the students who got brutalized and arrested for protesting Israel's genocide in Gaza, or who complain about these institutions' links to the military-industrial complex. With respect to the concepts of diversity, equity and inclusion, which are all obviously good, too often these diversity, equity and inclusion programs are just tokenistic camouflage that these institutions use to hide from criticism. And again, I like diversity, to be clear, but it's really the least they could be doing. 3 of the traditional cis-het white man positions got given to a black person and a gay person and a woman. But we still support Israel's genocide in Gaza, and most of our physics graduates go on to design bombs that blow up hospitals better, and if you complain about that we'll send in the police to kick the shit out of you, but our administration is very diverse. But the DEI complainers in the war on science, they just see 3 fewer positions available for cis-het white men, and that's the end of the world to them. Anyway, with all that said, the part of Horseman's essay I want to talk about is the section, The EDI Statement, Sowing Seeds of Corruption. And here, Horseman complains about how applications for government grants for science research need to include a statement about diversity, equity and inclusion. He sees this as Orwellian state control of thought. I see it as the process of writing a brief statement explaining that you're not a racist probably helps the grant department filter out people who want to use the money to fund eugenics research or something. Either way, Horseman does a little investigating and he finds that in 2021, the number of applicants in one grant process whose application was rejected because of their statement on DEI was, drumroll please, 2.5%. And I burst out laughing when I got to this point. After reading a whole book about the supposedly devastating effects of DEI programs on science, you finally get to some hard numbers about it, and it's 2.5% of applicants to a government grant process couldn't be bothered to write a basic DEI statement. This is the time the book's complaints really felt the least consequential to me, especially, again, in light of the Trump administration's total defunding of various science programs. Next up, Gad Saad, who is not a scientist by the way, he has a degree in marketing. He writes a very juvenile chapter whining about how he isn't taken seriously by his colleagues even though he's very important and has sold lots of books and met lots of important people. Now, to be fair, this is the subtext of a lot of the other chapters in the book. I've been unfairly oppressed even though I'm a special genius. But unlike them, Saad doesn't bother veiling his masturbation, he just does it out in the open. I'm brilliant, and if you don't see how brilliant I am, you must be insane. This essay is just too embarrassing to talk about, frankly. In that vein, geophysicist Dorian Abbott writes one of the most ridiculous things I've ever read in my life, which is a series of short morality fables featuring characters such as Dr. Centrist and Mr. Woke. Mr. Woke looks up in shock from his/their MacBook Pro with all the appropriate political decal stickers, spits out a mouthful of his/their venti soy chai latte, and declares that this is highly problematic. Now, I'm sorry to break this to you, Dorian Abbott, but your calling is not geophysics. You were destined to be a terrible political cartoonist. In another of these stories, Professor Wright faces off against Miss Oppressed, and Miss Oppressed somehow takes over the World Economic Forum by means of a Twitter thread and kicks out everyone over the age of 35. No one dares to present data or make a rational argument for fear of being labelled a white supremacist. Mr. Abbott, you are playing with dolls here. This is cringe. You are Mr. Cringe. Anyway, as we're coming towards the end of the video today, I think it's about time we finally talked about the War on Science. No, not that one. Not the War on Science 2025, edited by Lawrence Krauss, but the War on Science 2016, foreword by Lawrence Krauss. This is a book by American writer and science advocate Sean Otto. Sean Otto and Lawrence Krauss worked together on the Science Debate 2008 campaign, which called for US presidential candidates to engage in a public debate on their science policies, issues relating to the environment, medicine, technology, and so on. Krauss writes the foreword to this book, introducing various threats to science that Sean Otto is going to talk about in more detail. And what are these threats to science? Well, back in 2016, they look rather different than in 2025. Krauss talks about efforts to obstruct the teaching of evolution in schools, the removal of fluoridation in water, restrictions on vaccination, efforts to deny the science associated with human-induced climate change. And the book itself explicitly criticizes politicians in 2016. For instance, it calls out Donald Trump for his vaccine and climate change denialism, which rather humorously makes this decade-old book more relevant to today than the book with the same name that just came out. So firstly here, I'll say that it's very funny that Lawrence Krauss just straight up jacked the name of his friend's book. That's pretty rude, right? Especially since he was involved in the project. But secondly, of course, yes, the problems mentioned, vaccine denialism, climate denialism, these are actual threats to science, right? And these things haven't become less important over the last decade, they've become more important. But there's no vaccine chapter or climate change chapter in the War on Science 2025. In fact, both of those subjects are hardly mentioned at all. So what changed in the past decade to make Lawrence Krauss decide that the more important threats to science were pronouns and safe spaces and other right-wing culture war nitpicks? Well, I'm sure you can put it together yourself by now, but he got accused of doing a bunch of sexual harassment, and then nobody sensible wanted to work with him anymore, and his good friend Jeffrey died, so he's not getting any more money from him, so now he's selling culture war nitpicks to right-wing bigots, because they don't care whether or not he sexually assaulted all those women. This is a small, sad story. One last thing I want to talk about here is one of the only times in the War on Science that climate change is mentioned, and it's in law professor Bruce Pardy's essay, where he refers to the climate change agenda in the course of defending Jordan Peterson from criticisms of his climate change denialism. Peterson has a long history of spouting nonsense about climate change. He's claimed the climate is too complex to be modelled. He gives climate change deniers a platform on his YouTube channel. It's sad and a fair bit ironic for the book The War on Science to spend any time at all defending the anti-science beliefs of Jordan Peterson. On that note, the final essay in the book is written by Jordan Peterson. And he's here in full Petersonian glory, talking about dragons and chaos and Lucifer and all that stuff. I appreciate the poeticism of ending the book with Jordan Peterson, especially after starting with Richard Dawkins, a formerly respected science communicator and critic of religion. Jordan Peterson is a religious man who believes a bunch of unscientific ideas. For instance, he believes that representations of coiled serpents in ancient art are depictions of the human DNA structure, and he believes this because he thinks under certain conditions, humans can see down to the microscopic level. He thinks that he personally has seen down to the microscopic level after taking large amounts of magic mushrooms. He explained this a few years ago in an interview he did with Richard Dawkins, funnily enough. It's funny to include Jordan Peterson in a project with Alan Sokal, best known for criticizing vague and unscientific postmodern language, given that Jordan Peterson writes exclusively in a faux intellectual nonsense script. It's funny to spend a lot of the book criticizing indigenous beliefs and creation myths as having no relevance to modern science, and then have Peterson talk about what's happening in universities today in terms of biblical stories and a Babylonian myth of creation dating from the late 2nd millennium BC. It's funny to criticize museums for signs explaining that indigenous tradition holds that their exhibits contain spirits, and then move on to Jordan Peterson talking about the university being home to spirits, which are being threatened by the Luciferian intellect. It's fitting that Jordan Peterson is the last essay here because he is the rock bottom. His chapter represents the book giving up and just embracing anti-scientific religious quackery. Thanks a lot for watching today, folks. On the way out, I'd just like to clarify that I like science a lot, and I hope the last 4 hours, oh my god, of me criticizing all these old dinosaurs and bigots and charlatans hasn't given you the impression that I'm inherently anti-science or anything. There's a reason these people are sidelined and disliked in their fields, and it's because they thankfully do not represent the majority opinion. Thanks as always to all my supporters over on Patreon, some of whom should be scrolling by right now. Patreon backers get early access to all my videos, all of them, and they also get the opportunity to crush my spirits by pointing out mistakes I made in the first draft. For instance, in this video's first draft, I said that organised religion was systemically biased towards women. How embarrassing. Okay folks, that's all from me today. The next video will be shorter, I promise. Bye.